Mercy. Bro. Mercy. Mercy. Damn it. Ain't truism. I said mercy. Mercy.
We're not your enemy's banner.
Truism.
Try to think.
God damn it. Now you done it. I'm tired of this shit. Done it now. Mute button. I said mercy. Negro. Damn it. Brother Supreme. Damn it. Truism. I said mercy, big fella. Mercy. Tired of this. God damn it, I said mercy. I said mercy. God damn it, you mother. Shit. Thought I muted your ass. God damn Negroes out of control. Enter Xavier. Let's see what I can do.
Target acquired.
Boy, kids. Aboard. Take this. And this. And this. And this. God damn it. Truism. God damn it. Calm down, Negro. Oh, shit. God damn it. I knew I should have stayed off of this goddamn stream. Jesus Christ! I should have stayed home today. Truism! What are you doing? Oh shit! God damn it! Fucking truism! You motherfucker!
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your minds.
Hours of power.
And so, a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks in the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families? You take it to thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Copy. San Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. And we are back, Negroes. Peace. Folk. Welcome back to another edition of the Prophet of Thought series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why y'all black asses are here. Boy, I got a good one for y'all tonight, boy. The one and only S.K.C is here, and he squares off with the Hulk himself, Brother A. TRUISM, and they will be debating gray areas and absolutes. It's going to be a good one, y'all. Hold on to your seatbelts. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to watch these debates. You don't have to like these videos, sub to this channel. You don't have to share it. You don't have to do anything. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks, you choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man. And most importantly, I am thankful. All right. And that goes for the people who hang out there and the good folks who hang out up in here as well. All right. All right. So, like I said, squaring off tonight in the digital squared circle, two brothers that I have a great amount of respect for. Y'all already know about my brother Supreme, and the one and only A. TRUISM will be throwing down tonight. Should be a good one, y'all. But y'all know, before we get started, y'all know we always start the stream off with one of y'all favorite segments. Y'all know what it's called. The Old Mama of the Day. These old mamas. Yes, time for the old mama of the day. But today we have a special one. Because y'all know I usually show y'all a news clip or something I done found in the newspaper. Tonight it's a little different. Tonight I'm going to show y'all a video. And I'm going to break it down a little bit. So just pay attention to this and watch what you see. But one good thing, I'm not going to tell y'all about any kids dying tonight. That's a first, right? But here we go. Fair use. These old mamas. Now, y'all may look at that little 20-second clip and say, X, this is nothing, man. This is nothing, X. It's nothing. It's a nothing burger, Xavier. But watch it one more time. One more time. These old mamas. Now, did y'all see that? Let's back it up. Let's back it up, right? Now, when it comes on, she's already in some type of hissy fit, right? You know, you can look at her and tell she's one miserable fucking woman. I mean, this is a miserable woman. All right? She's miserable, all right? This woman has misery written all over her face. But watch what she does to this young fella. Watch. Now, you see how she takes it? She tells him to throw it away, right? She tells him to throw it away because, like I said, she's already sitting there miserable, right? She's like, throw this away. And look, he gets right there. His hand is literally inches from hers. And instead of just handing it to him, she throws it on the fucking floor. Throws it on the floor. Right? And he goes to throw it away. She grabs him and says some other shit after thumping the fucking table. All right? Now, this is in public. It looks like it's maybe in a IHOP or a Waffle House and shit, because I go to IHOP from time to time. It looks like IHOP to me, right? Now, she is literally degrading this young fella in public. So can you imagine what kind of life this kid has when he's home? Can you imagine the fucking abuse? The verbal, the psychological, and probably the physical. Because if she wasn't out, she probably would have slugged him across his head. And the way he responded to it, he didn't respond like he was, oh my God, what is mom doing? No. He's used to her fucking acting like this. Because her black ass act like this all the time. Like I said, if she would act like this in a public place, can you imagine how she treats this young man when they're at home? Can you imagine how she fucking strips him of his ego, his pride, his self-esteem? Because her ass is miserable. It ain't that boy fault your ass fat as a motherfucker and got a badass wig on and don't no fucking man want to be around you. All she's doing is sitting up there taking out the frustrations that she probably has with this young man's father. She's taking it out on him. Because he looks to be about 11 or 12, so he's probably suffered this for about 12 years. Because the nigger that climbed on top of her black ass didn't want her. He damn sure didn't want her for the rest of his life. He probably wanted her for the rest of the night. Not for the rest of his life. So the young man has to suffer. And we wonder why these young boys grow up and do the shit they do. They grow up and rob liquor stores, knock old ladies in the head, carjack, rob, steal, shoot, kill. What the fuck do we expect from them when they being raised by people like this? What do we expect from them? And y'all get mad at me, trying to act like ain't nothing to this old mama shit that I've been telling y'all about for like 7, 8 fucking years now. Do you believe me yet? Do you believe me yet, Negroes? Do you believe me yet? Because I'm not going to stop telling you about it. Not as long as I got this fucking microphone. I'm not going to stop talking about it. These old mamas are part of the problem. These old mamas, say it with me. These old mamas, say it. These old mamas, say it. Put it in the chat, Negroes. These old mamas. Write it in the chat. These old mamas. This boy is living in hell. He's living in hell, man. And hopefully he don't grow up to take that pent up fucking frustration that he's going through and get out there and express it to strangers. Look at her. Look at the scowl on her motherfucking face. This is a miserable ass woman. She's miserable. The way she acts, you know, no fucking man want to be around her. And the one male that's around her catches the full brunt of her bullshit. And guess what? When her black ass get old and can barely move and takes her 3 hours to put that wig on her damn head, he'll be the one to drive her old ass to the hospital. He'll be the one that'll have to come around and fix her goddamn sink and a washing machine. These old mamas don't understand shit. They treat these kids like their black asses ain't never going to get old and this kid is never going to grow the fuck up. But it all comes full circle when the ass get old, don't it? You think she going to remember the way she treated him when he was a little boy? You think she going to remember the beatings, the abuse, the psychological torment? And most importantly, do you think she's going to have the wherewithal to say, I'm sorry? Nope. I feel for you, young man. Hopefully when you get old enough, you get the fuck away from her so you can be free. Let old lass be miserable by herself. She can get a few cats and some plants and shit in jars and live with that. Good luck, young fella. But anyway, that is our old mama of the day. Go ahead and get this down. So, without further delay, let me introduce my folks. My brother Brother Supreme is here. And my brother A Truism, is here. What's good, brothers?
I'm chilling, bro, Ham. Dog, I was waiting on you. I thought you were going to go first, SKC.
It was what's going on, man. I am white, as I was telling you earlier, X, because man, I've been making these circuits, and of course, family and then work in between and all that stuff. TRUISM, nice to have you on. Man, this should be interesting.
Yes, it should be. It should be.
I decided to go with my alternative personality here for this one. I think this requires a little bit less storm and drang, and a little bit more, little bit more finesse. A little more finesse.
Okay.
So
is
go
every
ahead.
situation in life a black and white situation? I'm the negative on that.
Okay, you're the negative, so that makes Brother Truism the affirmative. Well, let me go ahead and explain the rules because some people act like they never been here before. I know y'all know the rules, so let me explain it to the crowd right quick. Y'all know we do opening statements. Tonight we're shortening it up. The opening statements are going to be 5 minutes per. We're only doing one round of rebuttal, so it's 5 minutes each for the opening statements, 4 minutes on the rebuttal. Then we go into rapid fire, and then we're going to have a 5-minute closing statement. And then after that, we're going to go to the polls. And also, something else I hate having to do, but I have to do it because Negroes don't know how to act. You will not be disrespecting my debaters. You will not. Because see, this is what happened to the last person who disrespected my debaters.
What in the fuck? Oh, that's a grab? Okay.
And then there's this. T.P.O.T. Respectable. Making sure my chat room stays respectable. Oh, yeah. He's watching you, Negroes. He's going up and down. He'll be checking that chat room all night. So be careful what you write. Because the old T.P.O.T. Respectable will be watching. So just watch the goddamn debate. Don't make the bot cut your fucking head off. All right. So, 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Supreme, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Opening statements.
Oh wow, I didn't know I was going first, but okay. So again, thank you for having me on, X. I appreciate the invite again. And TRUISM, I know he's been waiting to have a back and forth with me for quite a while, particularly on this subject. And when we originally had this conversation, just full disclosure, both he and I are in I would say, the same atmosphere so far as personal religious belief system. Nevertheless, I would say it would be ridiculous for me to have the conversation, understanding that in the world, people are able to have whatever belief system that they want, and that it goes the entire population of the planet goes way beyond my personal view of matters. So you have to start there and understand that, of course, in a debate, we're not just talking about ourselves. That would be ridiculous. With that stated, the human condition is not one of absolutes. There are a multitude of situations that um, put people in precarious situations. It's why there's been so long that there's been philosophical debates, various dilemmas take place, and there's so many situations that cause people to think or second guess and wonder what would they do in particular situations based upon um, not only just how they feel, but how they would react to situations based upon their own personal ethics. There's been so many dilemmas. Like, say, the idea of a doctor having 6 patients who were gravely ill. 5 need organ transplants. 1 needs a some sort of medication. The doctor knows that it's unlikely for that 6th patient to get the medication. It may come, it may not. However, if that patient dies, he can save the other 5 patients. However, the first that 6th patient has not put on their request to share any of their organs. What would the doctor do? Or what would be ethical? There's been scientific ethical issues that have came up. Uh, the as it's stated in science, all research, however good is in however good its intentions, necessarily involves risk. That can be taken in a multitude of ways. A person that could say, you know what, science needs to move forward. We got to break eggs in order to make an omelet. Okay, well, does that mean that the Tuskegee experiment was justifiable? Um, right here within the community, people have issues with long-term decisions versus short-term pleasures. Circa eat, sleep, fight, bus. What will one do? Um, go even further. We have movies that base things based upon dilemmas that have to do with black and white situations. One famous one, and one of my favorites that occurs in Star Trek, the classic line, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. But does that apply to your family? Does that apply to your children? Does that apply to your mate? Or is it vice versa? The need of the few outweighs that of the many. What would a person do in that situation? Humans are faced with all of those type of dilemmas nearly daily. Somewhere on the planet, somebody is facing it, or they could face those things multiple times in a day or throughout their life. I think that it would be disingenuous for anyone to state that in all of those situations that everyone should apply ethics according to what someone else says, and try to box them into a situation of, no, there is a black and white absolute answer to every single one of those.
All right, Brother A. Truism, 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger, sir. Opening statements.
Okay, so as my good brother has stated, being human and the human condition in of itself is one of many quandaries, many different kind of conundrums, and the tangled web of decisions that we make that make living as a human being so difficult. And that is true. He's correct. Bam, guilty is what it is. But I say this, regardless of how difficult it may be to be a human being, regardless of the situations and the vicissitudes of life that befall us all, there is a right way and a wrong way of handling this. These gray areas that people like to create, and this is what this is a human convention, are nothing more than rationalizations meant to soothe your conscience about the wrongs that you do, so that you feel better about the decisions that you make. Because in the back of your mind, in the very, very deepest part of all of us, And I said this before, past the lies that we tell the world and the lies that we tell ourselves is the truth. We all know it. Many of us spend much of our time rationalizing it away and finding convenient little excuses why we do what we do and to justify what we do and what we don't do. Hence the meaning of the word little white lies. The devil made me do it. What would you do in my situation? I'm only human. It wasn't that bad of a problem. It was only a little bit of XYZ. Terms like the ends justify the means. All of these particular little sayings, these platitudes that we like to offer to ourselves, ultimately, when we stand at the judgment seat, and the ultimate question is put before you, these little rationalizations, these gray areas that you tried to obfuscate the truth with, will do you no good. Ice is only ice in the absence of heat. But let a little heat be applied to it, and it starts to turn to slush. A little more, and it starts to turn to water. A great deal more, it turns to vapor. And even more so, it's completely gone. So will all the rationalizations, the gray areas that only exist within the minds of men, will all disappear. And we even get away from the religious part of it, because that's just part of my particular faith and of his as well. But there are other examples outside of that, which does not give much compromise in terms of any kind of decision. There are no gray areas in those as well. So ultimately, what I'm going to say here, and I'm probably going to wrap it up soon, when you get down to it, there are no gray areas, ultimately. And I'm done.
All right. Now we are
I'll
going.
borrow that time.
Do you want those 23 seconds?
Yes, sir.
You can take them. You can take them. All right. 23 seconds on the clock. Go ahead. You got it.
Oh no, I'll
Do
just
you want
add it to
to?
my.
Do you want it to? You want to add it to your rebuttal? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got you. All right. So we doing. All right. We doing 4 minutes. So that'll be 4 minutes 23 seconds. All right. 4:23 on the clock. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
All right. So at the very beginning of this, if you will recall, I stated the outset about belief system, but then I made mention to all of you in the audience that it would be impractical for one to try to put a personal belief system on the rest of the millions of billions of people that are on the planet. That would be absurd. That robs them of their free will. However, if you understood what my interlocutor did artfully, where he stated, at the end of it all, and I quote, one would have to stand before the judgment seat. Not everyone believes that. And I think that it is absurd to try to push that idea and box other people in to those ideas without their permission. So, with that stated, um, with all of the other uh, uh, just there is a particular right and there's a particular wrong on things. Again, you give another scenario. A father goes on a fishing trip. He has his son and his son's friend. They both fall overboard and they're drowning. He can only save one. Who does he save? I don't think that there is anyone that could sit up and say whether one decision would be right or wrong. One could say, well, the father understands what it is to be a father. He put those children in those situations, and his ultimate charge would be to first save the visitor, because that was another parent's child that he had in his custody that he is supposed to care for. And then another person could say that it would only make sense for them to go after their own flesh and blood. How dare anyone state that either decision was right or wrong? I wonder if my interlocutor would. And if he would, what would he be basing that off of? See, in either in any situation, however he answers, he's going to answer based upon his viewpoint, not um, the viewpoints of the people who would actually be in those situations, which by definition makes it a gray area situation. Um, Again, all of these decisions that are placed before human beings all over the planet uh, that have to deal with things that we as individuals cannot begin to fathom completely, because we don't know what their um, upbringing was like, what their experience is like in their lands, what their culture is like, the time that they were living in. There is a multitude of variables that can come into place that can make those white or black situations very murky and turn them into a shade of gray. So I'll do this throughout the rest of the evening, but I just think that it's a very simple concept to grasp, that either if one is to state that what this person does is absolutely right or absolutely wrong, then by definition they're putting themselves in the seat of some master of humanity and master of decisions of right and wrong. And if they put it in the seat of any sort of religion, then they're forcing their religious views upon others. And I'm done.
All right. Go ahead and reset the clock. All right. 4 minutes on the clock. Brother Truism, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Rebuttal round.
Very well done, sir. Very well done. I must admit. Yeah, that's the reason why I got out LaTruche. But here's the thing in regards with what you said. The faith that I follow is not just merely a religion. People may just call it such, and that's fine. But to me, it is not just a religion. This is not something that I just pick up and put down whenever the mood suits me. This is a way of life. And going by this particular way of life, this is something that I have absolute certainty in, meaning that this is something that is the bedrock of my existence. And through my experience and through the experiences of others, for and against, I can see the universal truth thereof. And many people even do, even they don't even realize it in many ways. So in the example that you presented, where I had to choose between my son or the visitor in a situation where both of their lives are in danger, I present to you that if you save one and you let either of them die, it's still a black decision. You want to know what the white decision is? Not excusing it. You realize that you have done wrong. You admit said wrong. Firstly, you ask God for forgiveness, and then you have to ask the family for forgiveness. That is the white decision. Anything other than that is black. Excusing it away as, well, I had to take the visitor because the visitor was here first and he was under my protection. You still let your son die. Black decision. Saving your son and letting the visitor die. Black decision. And trying to ameliorate your conscience because you had, well, I had no choice. I had to choose one or the other. That is also a black decision. The admission of your guilt and your wrong and making amends, firstly to our Creator and then to those who you offended, is white. Now, in regards with the fact that many people do not believe this particular faith that I embrace, this is not their way of life, I'm sorry. Sometimes people make the wrong choices. But I believe what I believe is true because evidence of it being true is all around me. It's just unfortunately that most people choose not to see it because, again, they like to exist in gray areas where they're not judged, where they don't have the sting of guilt biting their conscience for the evils that they do. And I'm done.
All right. That is going to end our rebuttal round. Y'all know now we go into something called rapid fire. And the rapid fire round is a freestyle, mono e mono. But before we go into rapid fire, I got to talk shit to my audience right quick first. Why do I see 43 people in the box, but I only have 34 likes? Y'all know I like my viewers and my likes to be matching.
Get the likes
So
up.
you other 8 lazy ass Negroes, move that mouse over to the left and hit that like button so my viewership and my likes are matching. Don't just sit there and watch. If you don't like me, I know you like Brother Supreme, and if you don't like Brother Supreme, I know you like Brother TRUISM. So move your lazy black hand to the left and hit the damn like button. Thank
Even
you
if you don't
very
like
much.
me, and just like S.K.C, vote, get the like for that. Like, I get it. I know I'm an asshole. I get it. But if you like S.K.C, damn it, just hit the like button.
Hit the goddamn like button, you lazy black ass Negroes. And if you haven't subscribed as of yet, please do that too. It won't kill you. Trust me. Right after you hit the like and right after you hit that subscribe button, I promise you will still be breathing. So let's go. We enter into the rapid fire round. We just left off with Brother TRUISM, so we pick it back up with Brother Supreme. Pull the trigger. This is rapid fire.
Yeah, I mean, I I think this is pretty easy to debate. The idea that pressing one's personal religious views upon as of right now the rest of the 6 billion other people that's on the planet and holding to an uncertainty of right and wrong based upon one's personal faith, I think is an absurd concept to hold to. But I could
Okay,
be wrong.
I can hear that. I can hear that. But even outside of faith, yours and mine, There are statements that have been proven and actually have been stated that are absolutes.
But that's not the title of what we're talking about.
Well, no, you
The
said there are
idea,
no gray areas, but there,
correct.
but there are gray areas. But I'm saying, aside from religious belief, there have been statements that actually have and do not even give a gray area.
Yeah, correct. But
One of your
the
favorite economists by the name of, oh yes, Thomas Sowell. There are no solutions, only trade-offs. Is
correct.
that
So
not an absolute?
you're looking at it as an absolute. I look at it as that statement right there proves that there are gray areas.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I'm interested in seeing how you can find a gray area in something like that.
Sure.
Because the trade-off,
Uh,
because the absolute, the absolute statement here is the solution is going to be white. The trade-off is going to be black. So where is the gray area in between? Because if there are no solutions, only trade-offs, then what do you have left?
well, by the very statement that there are no solutions,
Mm-hmm.
that in itself is a mathematical statement. So
Hmm.
basically stating that you cannot put an equal sign um, to solve this problem. There's always going to be an infinite number of variables that are going to create trade offs and slippages, which makes the problem either go to one side or the other.
That's a little. That's a bit specious. I think you're kind of grabbing at straws on that one a little bit. Well, mathematics. We'll go with mathematics. I'm
No,
sure you
I
studied.
mean you can just stay where you mentioned Thomas Sowell. One of the famous things that he stated about that was when he was talking about crime,
Uh
and
huh.
on the thought of crime, he was saying, um, okay, what's going to be the solution to it? Are you going to stop locking people up and risk every now and again locking up innocent people, or are you going
Mm-hmm.
to just let crime persist and wage out of control? There isn't a perfect solution on either end.
Oh, he
You're
didn't say
going
a
to have to make trade-offs.
he didn't say it wasn't had to be a perfect solution. He just said a solution. He said there are no solutions. He didn't say there are no perfect solutions. Only
Well,
trade off.
that's implied in this. That's
Is
implied
it
in the statement that, yeah,
really?
because when he was talking about these views that people have so far as
Mm-hmm.
progressive
Mm-hmm.
and conservative,
Mm-hmm.
um, on both ends, people are trying to say, the progressives are trying to say that, oh man, well, this will fix the problem. Well, no, it's not going to fix the problem. There are going to be other problems that are going to arise based on the solution that you're putting forth.
Can I say this? What if you actually can make a solution, but you yourself don't see a trade-off in it? Like the one thing I find kind of the flaw in that particular argument, because anybody can make it a solution, but to them there are no trade-offs because he may not care about the other people concerned.
But
There's
then there
that.
you go. Well, then there you go. That in itself is a gray area, because now the person is saying that their personal viewpoints are greater than everyone else's.
Well, that's not a gray area. That's an absolute for that particular person. It may be
Right,
something that may be
right,
inconvenient for others. No, wait. It may be inconvenient for others, but it's convenient for him. And for that,
right. But
that is not, while again, human nature, that's still a black decision because he's enforcing something harsh upon everyone else, i.e., Hitler's final solution. He didn't
correct,
see
correct.
any kind of trade-off for that.
Correct, but in the
Mm-hmm.
when people don't, you can rationalize that,
Ah,
but humans are
uh-huh.
on one planet
Mm-hmm.
working within a continuum, all
Mm-hmm.
connected to one another. So just because an individual person says, "Oh, I see no trade-offs," or "I see this as a black and white situation," what ultimately happened to Hitler? Millions and millions of other people reacted to that situation, and his reality did not come to be.
Of course, he received the just what's that? The output of his input in that regard. So yeah,
Based upon but again, his quote unquote, if you want to work within the framework of saying that, well, to him it was just a black and white situation, okay, but when you look at the total continuum of humanity, that they did not go along with that, and for one to sit up and say it will, the rest of humanity doesn't matter, then that person isn't living in reality.
Oh, of course, I didn't say that. But for him, that's what I said. For him, it's a black and white situation. There's no gray. That's why I said it for one person. Well, we're going to go with that. We'll go with the concept of consequences. We can go with that. There's a little known scientist by the name of, you probably maybe have heard of about him. I don't know. Sir Isaac Newton. His third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal yet opposite reaction. In other words, for every input, there is an output. We call these particular outputs, in many situations, consequences. And there is no gray area in that as well. It's reflected not only in the scientific world, but also in the world of faith. Jesus himself said, that which you would want men to do unto you, do ye also to them. We call it the golden rule. It actually should be platinum.
And that's fine, but I don't see the how that applies to this debate, because when you're looking at the masses of human beings on the planet, again, I believe that it seems to be a selfish and preposterous idea to push one's personal viewpoints or personal belief system and on to 6 billion other people with the idea of this is right, this is wrong.
But what I said initially before I put that forward, Isaac Newton said, and he noted correctly, something that was already set in motion when the universe was created in the first place, that the universe is not only just active, it is reactive, that whatever you put into it, you will get back. And there is no gray area within that. The fundamental laws of the universe don't even allow for a gray area. Not at all.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why isn't science absolute?
Well, because it's a human invention. But what he noticed, the observation of that is true. See, even though science isn't perfect and nothing under heaven ever will be, of course, you do come to the truth, and the truth never deviates. The reason why that resonated so well with people, because everyone understands the concept of actions, reactions, deeds, consequences. And there is no gray area in between that. None.
Okay, and even if everything that you stated was true, you've only named one. The entire point of this conversation is to say that just in general, you cannot state that every situation in life is a black and white situation. So if you want to go with the thought of, oh, there was a scientific theory that made a balance of that equation, yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Theory?
But can that be applied in every situation that has to do with human life?
Interesting. Okay, I like the way you did that. It's not a theory. It's not Isaac's theory. It's Isaac Newton's law. But we'll go past that. Fine. I'll give you one that I think everybody can understand and everybody likes. A little something that we call binary. Ones, zeros.
Okay.
Off, on,
Are you sure you want to
true,
go there?
yes,
Are you
false.
sure you want to go there?
Sure. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
We can do this.
Okay. So even with the thought of binary,
Mm-hmm.
zero ones on off, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this thing called quantum computing, which is able to do both. It's called spooky theory, and
Spooky
we're building
theory.
and we're building computers based upon that right now.
Okay. But the thing about that is, it's unfortunately with quantum computing, you have to do with a quantum theory. But what you're
Yeah,
basing it, but
where
what we have here, what we
both things
have
can be
here,
true at the same time.
what we have here right in
Schroeder's
front of
cat.
us, zeros and ones. What you're trying to do again is you're trying to base a science upon conjecture. You're swimming through and making an adventure through the world of pure imagination to try to find the truth when the truth already presents itself automatically right there.
Do we have quantum computing?
Of course we do, but there's no
Do
way
they
that it
not?
can be something that can exist. It can't exist. Two things can't exist at the exact same time that are diametrically opposed to one another. That's why,
That's the very basis of quantum computing.
again, that's too specious for me. I'm sorry. I may need a more concrete solution to try to yield to that one, brother. I'm sorry. Even though we may have that, that's true. But the rest of reality shows that there are two different realities, not two realities, two different parts that are contained within reality. We have good, we have evil, we have male, we have female, off, on, day, night. Now, we may have twilight, but even twilight itself is not gray. It's just different
It's
shades
a
of either
it
orange or blue.
it's a mixture of both, dusk and dawn.
But it's not a gray, is it?
Not to mention the times where we have solar eclipses or lunar
Okay.
eclipses.
But then again, it's still not a gray. It's only gradients of blue. Even in that, you don't get an actual gradient of blue or gray until you have a rainy day.
Okay, so let me since you want to go into the field of science and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, so how long is a day?
They say for us, at least on this particular planet, I think about 24 hours, maybe give or take,
Okay,
with the
so
rotations of how we go around the planet.
how long is the Earth's how long is the Earth's solar year?
From what it said, it's 365 and I guess 1/4, I believe, of a year. Which is the reason why we have leap years every 4 years. At least what they calculate.
Okay, so why on one end did you say that we have 24-hour days when
Uh-huh.
that's impossible if you look at what a solar year is?
I see. You can still have 24 hours within a day, SKC. Just because, unfortunately, the
Yes, but
planet
every
may not
day.
be okay, but yes,
Yes, but every day cannot be exactly 24 hours.
but that's how they calculate it in that regard. Again, it's not something that they're going to get perfectly correct. Again, science is not a perfect science. Science is something
Well,
that's constantly always evolving. But again,
well,
even in the evolution, they can still find things that are
there's
true.
nothing involving about the solar clock.
Well, people, the thing about it, many different cultures have different kind of solar calendars. Some say that they're more accurate than others, or something that we had to figure out. We literally had to take the time out and actually try to measure how long the Earth goes around the planet.
Yeah,
We had to
we
do
have
that.
it. We have it. We use what's called the atomic clock. Nevertheless, the problem with all of that is that even when using the atomic clock,
Uh-huh.
and people can look this up right now and check on their whatever search engine that they want to check on.
Uh-huh.
The Earth's spin and speed changes because it
Uh-huh.
is not absolute.
Hmm.
That's
While
science.
it, okay, so now, while that may be true, I'll even give you that. While it may not be true that the Earth spins at a constant rate, but as I said earlier, nothing is actually perfect under heaven, including the spinning of the Earth. But you can still see the truth. Truth does not deviate. Truth is the one thing that you can always hold to. Truth is the only one thing that you can always base your life upon.
Well, one cannot base their life upon that every day is going to be exactly 24 hours.
No, no one can base their life on every day is going to be 24 hours. That wasn't the argument, but nice.
No, but that just proves that
what you,
there's something
uh,
very basic that everyone
uh,
uses every day, which is a
uh,
calendar.
uh-huh.
And even on something as that's supposed to be as static as that,
Mm-hmm.
that is not absolute.
I don't know about that.
No, there's no about it. That's why we have what's called a leap year.
Yeah, but we have that. If you notice that we have that
Because
every
because
4 years.
the way that we count time, just something
Uh,
as simple as that, the way that we count time
yeah, yeah.
is not absolute.
If it wasn't that, then you wouldn't even have a leap year. We have a leap year because we calculated it out down to a point that is 365 point, I guess, 25 of a year. This is the reason why when we come around to the fourth year, we call it a leap year, where we have 366 days out of the year.
And
Hence the reason why we
and
call it that.
and yet even that is not exact, because still in that we have to over several decades calculate the speed of the rotation of the planet and then
Mm,
recalculate. So that's not constant.
that's not constant. So you're basically saying that even the concept of even the leap year is incorrect for us to call it a leap
Yes,
year then?
our concept of time is not absolute.
In terms of numeric value,
Yes.
okay, fine. I can kind of give you that. Fine. In terms of calculating the actual seconds and milliseconds, nanoseconds, and picoseconds, I can even
Well,
give you that.
if it's supposed to be absolute, it's supposed to be absolute. It's supposed to be on off, right?
Well, yeah, it's still going to be on and off. There were some things that unfortunately, like I said, aren't perfect. But in terms of a moral gray area,
so then are you saying that
mm,
the universal laws are not are imperfect?
no, we still have light, we still have darkness, we still have day, we still have night, we still have good, and we still have evil. Those are
Okay,
still constants.
so if something as
Mm-hmm.
as fundamental as time
Mm-hmm.
is not absolute,
As
then
far
who
as
are
we can
we?
measure.
Yeah, as far as we can measure,
Mm-hmm.
because we are not absolute as well.
Of course not. I never said that.
So how can we even know what is absolute if we can't do something as basic as say that time is absolute?
And here's the thing with that. We in and of ourselves are not supposed to or have generally an opinion on what that is on terms of time, because unfortunately we just mark whatever we have here, what we can see, what we can observe. But what we're going with here in regards with that is what people like to call moral gray areas. And the thing about it here with moral gray areas, again, these are just obfuscations, myths, as it were, to confuse people on the road of life. And while you may say that my outlook based upon my faith is something that I'm forcing upon everyone else, I can't force that on anyone else if they don't accept it. It's not something that I can actually beat down on everyone's head. From what I can see and from what I've seen around me, the proof that my faith is real certifies it in my mind, solidifies it in my mind, crystallizes it in my mind. Now, while that may make me say, hold on, wait a minute. That was a comma, not a period.
Well, there's only
While that
13 seconds left.
Yeah, I know. While that may be true, that is only my point of view. I still believe that I'm right. I have faith that I'm right.
All right. Now, that brings our rapid fire round to a close. And shout out to Brother Sigma Jones with the $10 super chat. He said, shout out to T.P.O.T, S.K.C, and a truism from the land of the coons. I appreciate that, Brother Sigma Jones. And being that Brother Sigma Jones is a member,
Hey, man.
my brother, you get this. Once I find it, goddammit. The hell is it? Jesus Christ. Oh, there it is. You get this.
Outstanding. You just joined the page? Cool. You know it's appreciated.
That Brother Sigma Jones. Now we go into closing statements, folks, and get ready to vote. We led this debate off with Brother Supreme, so we lead the closing statements off with Brother A Truism. 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Truism, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
While it may be true that in terms of numerical value, we cannot perfectly calculate the amount of time that the planet spends in its journey through the cosmos around its star, it still is true that it always does. It is a constant that spring follows winter, precedes summer, and summer goes into fall, and fall crystallizes into winter. Day in, year out, decade in, decade out, century in, century out. Even though human beings may not be able to perceive every tiny little scintilla of reality, we still have enough of the truth in front of us to know that there are no places to escape the truth. Even in the world of science and even in the worlds of faith, these things are the one absolute truths. I understand that absolutes may seem harsh. I understand that absolutes aren't good to listen to. They're not very kind. But what would you rather have? A pleasant lie or the harsh truth? I'd rather deal with the harsh truth and go from there with everything that I need rather than live in a comfortable, obfuscated reality and fall to my doom. If you get one thing from what I'm saying to you today, one thing, regardless of whether you believe in what I believe in or not, everyone knows that there's right and there's wrong. Everyone knows that there is good and there is evil. Everyone knows there's light and there's darkness. But the human condition makes it difficult in many cases to walk in the path of the light. It's just the way it is. This is a song that actually I believe is by it's not Tears, if it's not Tears for Fears, maybe by Depeche Mode. I'm only human, born to make mistakes. But even though you make a mistake, you're not supposed to be so full of your own hubris that you don't admit that you're wrong. That's a black decision. And regardless of whatever religious belief you may have, everyone still has to pay the price to make it right. Every religion at least has that in that regard. I can say that for sure. There's someone you have to make it right with, even if it's nothing more than making it right with the person you offended. That is the white decision. Don't let the fact that you're a human being cloud your eyes and your mind to the truth. Do not walk within the gray, because if you walk within the fog of the gray, you will still end up being black, because you're still obfuscated, you're still blocked from doing that which is right, which is the light. Have the courage to take one step, just one, towards the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be, no matter how painful it may be. And sometimes you may have to do it alone, but that's fine. There was this one statement that I saw from Facebook, and that's what I'm going to leave you with tonight. The truth is the truth, even if no one else believes it. And a lie is still a lie, even if everyone believes it. And I'm done.
All right. Brother Supreme, do you want that 29 seconds, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Go ahead, reset. 5 minutes on the clock. Closing statements. Pull the trigger.
Sure. Again, thank you everyone for coming out to the debate and listening. Again, at the very beginning of this conversation, I thought to try to make it very clear that with 6 billion plus people on planet Earth in our current year, not to mention all of the billions of people that came before us, that it would be quite egotistical and absurd to try to place one's singular human being's belief system and set that as the right and wrong, black and white, for every living being that has ever been on this planet, that is on the planet right now, and that will be in the future. Concepts of various things change. In times of old, when I was speaking with Pablo Frescobar earlier today, he was talking about the Civil War and how some people felt about the things that happened within it. And we, with our modern ideas, can look back at those times and say, with very judgmental eyes, what a person should or shouldn't have done. But we have the benefit of knowing the future, knowing a lot more about science and all sorts of things, as a benefit to those people in their situations. Um, Again, I made so many mentions of various dilemmas that take place in people's lives, dilemmas that people deal with all the time. You think right now on the planet, we have people who have to make decisions upon whether they're going to um, eat a meal or they're going to buy medicine that they need for a family member. I mean, to throw out some personal view of, well, the person is right if they do this, or they're wrong if they do this, based upon what I learned within my, I don't know, less than 100 years of living. Wow. Wow. I mean, whew, that's quite a concept. That is quite a concept. When we looked at science, we saw that even science is unexact. We cannot measure time to its exactness. Our planet doesn't spin at an exact rate. So to try to push that there are absolutes in every situation that comes to human beings, wow, it's so it's so absurd to me that I really don't even know where to start. Um, all of the things that happen within our existence, and also just right here on YouTube, when people have discussions and they go back and forth about various situations that take place. And I want you to keep this in mind. Say when you come to panels like these, or to any of the places that you go and you listen to a variety of information from people from all walks of life, and they give their 2 cents on this or that. According to my interlocutor's thought pattern, whenever you go into those situations, there's either a right or a wrong, and either when you walk into those conversations, either you're absolutely right or you're absolutely wrong. There are no exchanges, there are no compromises, there are no gray areas that need to be sorted out. Yet we as human beings have conversations about gray areas that need to be sorted out every single day, and have been doing so every single day since the existence of time. Our history proves that.
All right, Negroes, that is going to bring our debate to an end. Now, if you look in the right-hand corner of your screen, you will see a poll. And that poll asks you, who won the debate? Brother S.K.C. or Brother TRUISM? Go ahead, cast your ballot now, Negroes. You're too lazy to hit the like button. Maybe, just maybe, you got enough energy in your fucking hand to vote. Lazy fucking people. Go ahead, cast your ballots now. The polls are open, Negroes. But I gotta admit, man, that was one hell of a debate, man. I wish they all were like that. That would just be beautiful if they all were like that. That would be beautiful. That'd be beautiful.
Regardless of whatever comes about, bro. GG.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
SKC.
Oh yeah. What? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Oh, I was sheesh, man. Sorry, my bad. I was saying, regardless how it ever turns out, bro. How it turns out, GG, bro.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I got the
Your little one.
I got the Tampa Bay Bucks playing in the back, and so I
I
was
got
just checking out what they were doing and all that stuff, and I'm still excited about what my Astros did to that doggone Chicago. 21 runs, biggest biggest win in their stadium all time. So I was like, that was an absolute crushing.
Cast your ballot. Cast your ballot now, Negroes. Cast your ballots. Cast your ballots now, Negroes. Do it now. Do it now.
We gotta do this again sometimes. We gotta do this about Megatron and Optimus Prime, who was ultimately right.
Oh Lord.
Cast your ballots.
I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, going back into the depth of the situation of the conversation. I used to do these things when I was in college and all that.
Mhm.
But I mean, which one is correct? You say Star Trek, needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or is it vice versa? Was did Kirk sacrifice endless amounts of people who did not deserve to die on the Enterprise just to save his friend? Was he a mass murderer, or was he a hero?
Either which way, it's still a black decision, regardless of which. If he saves the people and kills his friend, that's still the murder of his friend. if he saves his friend and kills the people, still people that died. Either which way, you're breaking, regardless of whether you don't even want to go with the Christian path. Many other major religions, regardless of what they are, have one basic concept here, that human life in many forms is sacrosanct. It's something
Well, I
that
mean
should not
that,
be taken.
but that doesn't include the people on the planet who have no religious leaning whatsoever.
But even those people, except for the psychopathic, and I'll even give you the psychopathic, know that it's not a good idea just to kill another person. It's still something that should not be. It's still something that's not something to be trivialized. It's a very
Well,
important thing.
there's some psychopaths that believe that they're smarter than everyone else, and that
Mhm.
everyone else is just cattle before them,
But
and
they
that
still come to, yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
that they're acting just as if they were lions of the jungle.
But they still realize that even if they think that they're lions of the jungle, they still know that they're killing something.
Yeah, just
They're
as
still the
animal,
acknowledgement of that.
just as other animals kill stuff.
But no, but think about it here. Look, the psychopath realizes he's doing something. The animal is only acting on instinct. That means he knows he's going against something that, in general, is highly disliked by the general populace, one way or another. So even though he thinks he's above them, he still knows he's making a black decision, and he revels in such.
Okay, I mean, if you say so, but uh, who's to say that he's right or wrong?
Well, a lot of legal systems would say that.
Yeah, there you go.
So, a lot of legal systems would say that he's wrong.
There you go. I mean, there are just to go between right here in this space and in others.
Mhm.
You will have some people that will try to um, run the thin line between religion and like the evolutionary model. Some will say, "Oh well, uh, um, uh, inside of the marital situation, men can just sleep around, women can't."
That,
Well,
yeah, I can.
not according to their religious belief. But then
No, you're right. You're right in that regard.
when you throw that at
Mhm.
them, they'll flip really quickly and then go to the evolutionary model. Well, as a primate, I'm supposed to spread my seed. I mean, okay, so which one are you going
But
off of?
okay, but SKC, you're correct. See, the thing about it is, unfortunately, which is basically due to human nature, and I say why they do it because of human nature, and they make a gray area in the mind, a rationalization, which ultimately does not help them in the end. But you're correct. Going by the religious or my faith model, yes, while it is my biological imperative to impregnate as many women as possible, that does not mean that I am right in doing so, because I am more than just a beast. I am a man.
You don't go by the Eastleigh fight bus model.
Of course not. No.
Okay,
Not okay. Not if you're going to live the way that at least I profess to live.
okay. Well, I was talking to some other people, and and they're of the belief system that uh that they need to bust at any and every moment that they so fit and please. And I mean, uh, some are even of the opinion that if you are dealing with someone who is mentally inept, that as long as they're sexy, you can bust. So I mean, hey, it does, and I'm not saying the right or wrong. I'm just saying, hey, there's people that have different systems of what they go by so
Can
far
I can I
as black
present
and
something
white,
to you
and
in regards with that?
you know,
Can I present something to you in regards with that?
go ahead. We're
Think about
just
it. Like,
waiting
think
for
of
the
this.
votes to come in.
Think of this. And I thought about it, and me and my father have talked about this. The farther and farther away human beings go from the true source of our humanity, which is God, the more bestial they become. But the closer and closer that they become towards the source, again, which is our creator, God, the more and more human they become.
Yeah,
So
I
when you're
mean,
saying that
some
beast,
people,
that type of eat, sleep, fight, bust, I'm thinking that that's more of a demonstration of that.
well, some people will debate what is human. So I mean, yes, I'm just telling you how it is so far as the
All
6
right.
billion. I can't. Again, I just think that it would be quite egocentric of myself to place my personal views on the masses. That's why I think
Is it egocentric
even
though?
when even when having conversations, I don't
Uh-huh.
understand to a certain degree, even within this space and in others, where a general topic will come up
Uh-huh.
and then people will make the conversation about decisions that they have made in their lives
Mm-hmm.
and the outcomes that they have had, as if
Mm-hmm.
those are a template for everyone else on the planet. I mean, it's like,
It's but say you're saying that it's kind of pushing that on that, but it's not pushing it on that if this is what you actually base your life on. See, unfortunately, the belief in God and in the precepts that he put forth in the book, Christianity is what we call it, is the truth. But unfortunately, in many cases, is not proven to be a fact. That you cannot prove that God actually exists. You can't touch him. You can't see him. You can't. All
I
of these things
debate
you can't.
I debate Clue on that.
But
I don't think.
unfortunately, okay, well, never mind. Then screw that.
No. I was just saying so
No,
far
that's
because my answer is still the same. Truism so far as uh, pushing or trying to press one's personal view upon, so far as a religious view, upon others.
but it's not something that's
It's
just a religious view. This is something that forms the basis of my life. It's not just
of
something that
your
I again. It's not something. Listen. This is not something that I can just pick up and put down. This is something that I base it, and I base it upon not just on my personal experience, but the experience of others, and from what I am seeing, that is confirmed. That confirms the book that I'm reading, that I try to live my life by, and the evidence of circumstance around me that
okay.
shows that it's true. So it's
Okay, so
not just a religious
you
outlook.
will
It's what I'm seeing
you
from in regards with all of that.
okay, so I'll say this. I'm listening. Convince me without making reference to yourself.
Very well. Now, in the very first opening of the book of Genesis, in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." And it was so. And as you go through the entire story of just that particular book, and he tells you step by step by step, logically, the ball was there. He took the moisture that was there, separated, made seas, made the firmament, gathered the water together, made the ground. The ground grew seeds and plants and things of this nature. The water gave rise to birds and the fish. The earth gave rise to beasts of the field, and eventually came man. And what you're noticing in regards with the creation of man plays out a great deal in just in real time through life. You'll notice that when man fell, initially, Satan went to the woman. And if you remember how he tempted her, he used envy. He told her that if you eat of the fruit, he knows that you will be like him and you will be like God, knowing good from evil. And if you've noticed in regards in psychology, and even though Freud has been, they decry him and they put him down. He made a very interesting observation about women. And the biggest observation that he made was that women suffer from penis envy. This desire to attain the things that men have, this desire for power. This is what feminism is based upon. This perceived slight that men are keeping power for themselves and are not sharing it. That's the reason why feminism is not called egalitarianism, because it is the promotion of the feminine to supremacy.
I mean, it's, you know, and you can make this what is this a biblical debate conversation
Well, you
and
said not
whatnot,
to make it personal. I didn't make it personal.
and that's fine. But even in the things that you're putting forth, because as Free Zone would like to say over and over, I too am initiated.
And this is what I'm okay. So fine. If this is
So
what you want to have a
so
different kind
so
of debate about that, we can do that too.
so even the things that you're stating,
Uh-huh.
there are a lot of
Uh-huh.
other things in there
Yeah.
that negate a lot of what you're stating. Would you like for me to give you an example?
Please do.
Okay, so um, who was first on the planet?
Well, Adam first. Yes. That's the first one he
Okay,
created.
so under whose care was Eve?
Eve was underneath. He was under Adam's. Well, she was underneath Adam's dominion.
Okay. And then when you go further into the Bible itself, who does it say sinned first?
It would say Eve.
Nope. It
Yeah.
says Adam. And then further it
Wait,
says
wait.
in
You're gonna
it
you're gonna
says
have to give me
though
chapter and verse on that one, bro.
it says though through one man centered
Uh-huh.
into the earth, into the world,
Uh-huh.
and through one man there is salvation.
The
No mention of
reason,
Eve.
yeah, okay. Well, the reason why that says that in that regard is because Adam made the sin of placing the gift above the giver. He substituted one God that he had with the God that was in front of him. See, when God gives, he gives with both hands and he doesn't hold back. That's how good he is. So, yes, while it is his take that Adam committed the sin of following Eve into damnation, she was the first one that committed the sin of transgressing God's law. And again, I'm not even using this as a personal example. I'm using it in terms of what was said in the Bible, but also backed up by a psychologist.
Well, a psychologist doesn't mean anything. There's a bunch of psychologists, and one negates the other. But
Uh,
even if, as Celine was so nice to put in, and I'm
uh,
just refuting you by what is written. All right. So even as she stated, that's what it says. That
you're correct.
it
I'm not
says
negating it. You're
second
right.
Adam. It does not mention anything about Eve. By the
Okay.
biblical standard,
Uh,
everything focuses on Adam
but okay. But if we're going to
because
go
he
with
was
that, if we're going to go with that, you're right. You're right.
the first,
Uh-huh.
and that was his family that he was in charge
You're
of.
correct. But here's the thing in regards with that. And Paul
The buck
also
stopped
says,
with him.
okay, you're right. But here we go again with going with my point. He said, and in regards with the women speaking in church, that I would have the woman be silent. Why? Because she was first deceived, and then the
Which
man.
is which is fine, but
No, it's not
uh,
this, which is fine. It goes
no, no,
back to
no.
my point earlier. You said you wanted me to give you an example and not use anything personal. I literally painted for you that the first sin was committed with by the woman, and it was used with the proxy of envy. And it shows just by human observation, that a man came to that same conclusion, that women are spirits of envy.
I don't. I don't. I'm not holding to that one at all. And
Uh,
and the I would say the debatable part of all of that would be look at all of the
mm,
other examples of women throughout the same book that you're using as an example who did not show
mm.
any of those traits.
But it still exists within all of them. Just because God was able to help them to resist said urges does not mean the said urges did not exist. Because we
Okay,
have human beings that do
so
that. We have an
so
entire field of thought called feminism that came about from women. So now maybe or not all women have this insane desire. Some may be able to repress some of their female urges, but it does not mean that it does not exist. It does not mean that it did not come about. It just means some are better at repressing it than others.
okay, so then
Remember,
you're
eat,
saying
sleep, fight, fuss.
so then basically you're stating that that God created an envious creation.
No, I'm stating that God gave this particular woman the one thing that was. Many people say that there's a flaw, but I don't think it is. He gave people the ability to choice, free will.
Okay, that but that doesn't satisfy what you previously stated. You said that in that such is in all, and that wouldn't make any sense unless you stating that from the outset that that all was created imperfectly.
No, it doesn't mean it was created imperfectly. She just made the decision to follow that particular urge. See,
Okay,
because no, no, wait,
so if
because
that's the
it wasn't
case,
the first
then
one. It wasn't the first time that he probably had tried that in this regard. Because if you're going to say that all of creation is imperfect, then all we have is chaos, and that doesn't make any sense. We don't have chaos. Everything is in ordered in one way, shape, or another.
so
Just
then
because
just
one
as
person followed their baser instincts doesn't mean that it's imperfect. It's just a choice that they made.
so then just as was stated, when you state that
Uh-huh.
that envy is in every quote unquote woman, no, the correct statement would be that envy is a choice that any human being could make. Period.
No, I would say that it's a curse of women in that regard
And
because they got it from Eve.
but that's not written.
Doesn't have to be written for it. You actually notice it.
It does actually it does
Not
because
really.
in your book it says be wary not to go beyond what is written.
But it also tells you, the Holy Spirit also, when Jesus also told you that the Holy Spirit will also help you to learn things that he does not tell you. See, not everything has to be written in the book for you to see to be the truth. Like the same way you try to bring it up with Joseph in regards of not sleeping with Potiphar's wife. The Holy Spirit doesn't have to just speak to you just through a book. The Holy Spirit speaks directly to you. And it doesn't even have to speak.
Okay.
It can help to guide certain decisions that you make without it being
Okay.
written in the book, such in the case
Oh,
with
okay.
Joseph.
Well, it looks like the debate came back and it says 60-39. So
Oh, yeah, we shall
Okay.
now be posting the results, Negroes. We will be posting the results. The results are in. You Negroes voted. And I asked the question who won the debate? S.K.C. 60%. TRUISM 39%. Poll complete with 38 votes. Y'all some lazy motherfuckers. Because I know it was more people watching during the time of that polling. Lazy Negroes. But the people have decided and they have called it for Brother Supreme.
GG, bro.
So I don't know how much time y'all got. Y'all know we usually do a little bullshit of Q&A, after a debate. I don't know what y'all look like on time.
yeah, man, I just got the game in the background, and I'm sitting up here doing. Oh, I'm finishing up something, man. I need to get your input on it. X. I'm gonna send it to you
Okay.
probably later on tonight. It's
All
for
right.
somebody else, but I want to get your thoughts on it. Let's see what you think. But yeah,
All
I'm just
right.
sitting there working, man. Yeah, I mean I would say it's a interesting conversation, but at the same time, and I don't mind, doing the back and forth, the boxing when it comes to the mental boxing when it comes to the Bible and all of that, but um, trying to mix biblical viewpoints with um, human philosophies, I think is a no no. That's a way to go down a very deep and dark hole because to 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 a great degree they are incompatible with each other.
All right. Now, y'all know how we do this. If you have questions for my debaters, those questions must be super chatted, or I will not read them.
Let me go get the little ones in bed, and then I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. I mean,
Very
this
interesting
is the
debate, though, brothers. Very,
yeah
very good. Very good debate, man. Very good. Very good
yeah
debate.
it was pretty fun. I was telling you, I was like I didn't think that it was going to be something that would be hard to debate, particularly for the masses of people.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just the masses of the entire planet that we live on does not believe in um, an absolute for every situation that a human could possibly come across.
Mm.
So yeah, that's I think that's just easy. It's pretty easy to debate. Uh, what's what kind of made me laugh, man? He said, I hope I'm not destroying the last name, David Orliking. Um, he was stating that that I read the Bible like a girl. That was pretty funny, man. I like that. But yeah, it's just people can say one way or the other, but if I was to look at it from a legal perspective, and if a person was to say, okay, the Bible is absolute truth. If we go from that framework, which I'm not giving my personal opinion on, I'm just leading that out as the place to go from in this discussion. Well, more attention by far in the scriptures is given to the decision that Adam made than the decision that Eve made by far.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're stating that the Bible is absolute truth, well, then that should teach men something.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I know the Bible is red pill, right? I mean that's very red pill. If black folks was to live according to the Bible, black society wouldn't look the way it looks today. Um, being a
Yeah,
person
I
that
think
was
the
raised
entire
up.
society of the world would be different, but
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely, man. Absolutely. And when I was coming up as a young guy, cause I tell people all the time, I was raised by church folks. And you know, how the church the biblical philosophy rang through our house because I was being raised by church people. The biblical philosophy, we had to live it. All right. I mean, it was like, the Bible was the law in the crib, and certain things you weren't allowed to do. Certain music you wasn't allowed to play. Um, Speaking a particular way, all right, would get you chastised. So, I mean, if black people were to apply that, I mean, even if they lived strictly by the Bible, I mean, black society would be a different place. And like you said, the whole world would be a different place. Now, I don't know if that would be good, bad, or indifferent, but I mean, it would be different than what we see today. All right. It would be like totally different than what we see today. And I don't think black people would be living in the conditions, the human condition of black society, man, wouldn't be the way it is today. But if you could say that about many religions though, because if black people embrace the tenets of Islam, black society would be different. All right. If Islam was if the tenets of Islam were embraced by black society, it would be a different place. I mean, it just would be. It would be. It would be. And a lot of the shit we see today, we wouldn't see. We just wouldn't. We wouldn't. Even with social media, because I believe social media has somewhat corrupted black society to a degree. I think it's amplified some of the worst parts of black society have been amplified due to social media, because it allows people to get attention when they normally wouldn't. A lot of the things that we see, we wouldn't be seeing if it wasn't for social media. A lot of the stuff that we witness and the things that young people are exposed to, they wouldn't be witnessing and being exposed to if it wasn't for social media.
X is talking back, and I was doing that debate on the whole absolutes things. It's done. I think, what was it? X 60% to
It
35.
was, let me see, let me pull it back up. You know, I'm old, I be forgetting things.
Wow.
But
60% brother S.K.C to TRUISM's 39%.
but you're an absolute cutie. That's absolute. There you go. Oh man.
So do y'all mind if I let people up or no?
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. I have a few before I want to get
Okay.
back to what are we watching now? What is it called? Resident Alien.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So before I get back to
Okay, Negroes, if you wish to come up, you know what to do. The email is properthought@yahoo.com. That's properthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. If you wish to come in and opine, Negroes. And if you somebody I don't know, you better show yourself or you're not coming up here. You're going to have to show yourself. If I don't recognize you, you're going to have to show yourself before I let you up here.
that. Clue, if you're talking about a dude named Clue. I think I told you where I was gonna do some. I think he wants like an intro with some Ethereum coin.
Okay.
Wasn't it? He heard us. He said, "Oh, get a room."
I'm allowed to have hugs every now and then.
Oh man, yeah. So I don't know, man. X man, how's Mrs. SKC? I mean, Mrs. X.
Oh, she's good. She's good. She sometimes she sits in, you know, and she listens, but tonight ain't one of those nights. I think something good is on the TV. So she's in the living room watching television. So, you know, if there's nothing that she want to watch on TV, she actually sits in here and listens. You know, she actually listens. It all depends on what we're talking about. You know, most of the time she's not in here listening, but I say 20, 30% she listens. You know, she listens to some of the debates. If I'm talking about, like, when I do the T.P.O.T investigates, she likes those. I mean, a lot of my stuff, my wife don't even like. All right, she thinks I corrupt other people. You know, you corrupted him. You know, she thinks I corrupted you. She's like, you corrupted him. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's corrupt enough on his own. There's nothing to do with me. She thinks I corrupt people.
My brain has been corrupted for quite some time. I mean, yeah. I shouldn't have read certain things when I was younger. There's a little thought that says a little mantra that says old men are not supposed to read Water Margin, and young men are not supposed to read Three Kingdoms. And I read it as a kid, so It's like,
Yeah.
it's just changed my viewpoint on a lot of things. And then I don't know, just reading in general. I, hey, I, I don't understand why people don't read as much. It don't make any sense. But
Well,
hey, to each his own.
you know what they say. If you want to keep something, you want to hide something from a Negro, just put it in a book.
I used
That's
to
what they
read
say, man.
when I was
Say that for a
younger.
reason.
When I was younger, I used to read a lot of different kind of things. Back then, I used to read books on like astrology, not astrology, astronomy. Actually, astronomy. It was books on what was it? I read the Mabinogion, many different books of it. I read the what is it? Poetic and the epic. No, the poetic and the prose edda. I had one book that had all of these different books in it, and my dad has it. Of course, he'll say that it's his, but it's really mine. But I guess I'll never get that book back. I guess there's this one book that I've gotten. I don't know. X, you probably may know it. It's called Herbach, the Egyptian Initiate. You may have heard it because I got it from a pro-black teacher I had in high school,
Mm.
and it dealt with a
Well,
lot of different things of like Egyptian mathematics in terms of like the Book of the Dead and everything else like that.
well, I haven't been a quote unquote pro black in quite some time, and it's several decades. You know, that is several decades in my rearview mirror, because I don't the whole pro black thing. You know, and
Yeah.
I know people who are self proclaimed pro blacks. I know a lot of them. But my thing is, okay, when you say you're pro black, that means you're for black or for blackness, right? So if you're saying you're for black what? Are you for black uh, uh, economic empowerment? Are you for black political power? Are you for black people being more educated? Are you for black people getting out of poverty? I mean, what? Or are you all of those things? Or as you hear it here on the YouTubes,
Mm.
a lot of times I get the idea that when a person says they're for black, they're for black people being treated as a special interest group, but being treated the same at the same time. In other words, people want special considerations because they're black, but then they want to vacillate from those special considerations and be treated just like someone else despite the fact of them being black. That's kind of what I get when I hear, people talking, up here. So
From what I
I'm not
see,
really clear on what it is.
Oh
from what
man,
I see of
my
it,
mind.
pro
Oh, go
black
ahead, go
is
ahead, Truism.
from what I
After
see
you're
of it.
done, I
Yes,
have a dark place to share in my mind.
from what I'm seeing, pro black is pro Daggle, which is the reason why it keeps being so fluid because its main drive, its locus and focus of it as it is that
Yeah.
I keep saying the black woman is God. So if the black woman is God, then everything that flows from that automatically goes from that. So like I always say, from the top all the way down to the bottom, the Daggle is all. That's what that is. It's centered around whatever Daggle wants, Daggle gets. That's what it is. It's focused around that. Which is the reason why you noticed earlier, X, that it always seems to change between being focused at keeping black folk as simple as separate, but still wanting to have the same kind of rights and influences and participationship prizes as everyone else in the country. But it still wants to be by itself, but it still wants to be a part of it so it can get the goodies, but it still wants to be part of it so it can be separate from the consequences. So it vacillates between the two, like a woman.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me throw this out here, and um, for all the people who were in the chat earlier,
Yeah.
because I have to set this up correctly. For all the people who were in the chat earlier who were listening to the debate, they were throwing the the Bible at me and so forth and all of that, and I debate. I read the Bible like a girl and all this stuff. Okay.
What?
I want you to,
Oh, wait,
for
wait,
the
wait,
people
wait,
who
hold on,
have,
wait, hold on. What? I didn't see. Oh, I must not have watched it. I didn't pay attention, I guess.
yeah. I'm just picking on one, but yeah, David's cool with me. But with that in mind, these words, I want you to keep this in mind. These words, and a lot of you have heard them on many occasions. Do unto others as you would like for them to do unto you. Do unto others as you would like for them to do unto you. Okay, so is that a positive statement or is that a negative statement?
Do unto
I want
others
to hear your opinion first, Truism.
that which you would have men do unto you, do ye also to them. That's what you mean?
Yes.
I mean, I would say that is. I would say that it is a statement that will show you the proper way of existing. So I would say this is a positive.
Okay. So if it is a positive statement,
Mm-hmm.
and just another shortened version of it, treat others as you would like them to treat you.
Yes.
Now watch this. Watch this, chat. Watch this. X, watch this. Truism. Does that apply even to son?
Of course. What am I supposed to change because of that?
Dun, dun, dun.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Regardless, see, again, regardless of how I may feel, and it even says it, to bless those who hate you and who despitefully use you. I don't have any particular ill will against her. As a matter of fact, I've heard some pretty. I've heard tell her that she's put some things out that need not be said. But do you know what happened? And I'm not even trying to say it. I didn't really want. You know what?
But
I'm not even going to
Alice, the word says turn the other cheek.
So
There's no excuses.
I'm not even going to tell you what I did, because that's something that's supposed to be private. And if you've been reading your word, I think you, at least I hope that you have in S.K.C, you're probably seeing the reason why I'm saying it like that. It's the reason why I'm not.
I'll take that. Yeah.
So the reaction that I had, I'll say it was more in line with what the dictates of the author and finisher of our faith said. I'll say it like that, because it's not about me. It's never about me. It's never about any of us. It's about him.
Okay. I leave it at that. But Alice, I'm telling you, for the people that say that they quote unquote believeth, that doesn't mean a hill of crap.
I didn't see it, but never mind.
No, the whole thing about who did what first and all that.
Huh? Like I said before, that's why I said whatever I may have done or not do. I'm not even going to say it. And like I said before, hey, I'm human. I'm human.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Lady Celine with the $1.99 super chat. She says, tell Mrs. X to open your mind. Lol, I'm kidding. I appreciate that, Lady Celine. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this.
SK
I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
You notice I didn't steer away from it. I accepted the truth. It is what it is. That's still a white decision, by the way.
Well, I think it's somewhat. I see it as a neutral statement myself, and I always have, to be honest. Because I used to get that shoved down my throat all the time when I was a young boy, and I think that when you say "do unto others as you would have them do unto you," I think a lot of people is subjective to some people based on, because you have to be a believer in good to do good to other people, right? Now, the people who do bad to other people, they don't wish that other people would do bad to them. Therefore, that makes the statement somewhat subjective and makes it subject to whatever person's interpretation is, right? That particular statement can never be concrete because we do a lot of things to other people that we do not want them to do to us. I mean, that's just what it is. So we apply that statement on the positive. We don't apply it on the negative, because if we walk up and slap the shit out of somebody, we don't want nobody walking out of the booth slapping the shit out of us. But if we are charitable to someone, I do believe that we would want someone to be charitable to us. So I think we kind of use it subjectively, which makes it not a positive or negative, because if something's in between positive or negative, guess what? Whatever the particular person's mind frame is subject to their own interpretation, and they will utilize it when they want to, whether they're using it for someone else's benefit or their own.
True. Well, it was an interesting conversation. Good back and
Yes,
forth, SKC.
I would
absolutely.
battle Clue on that whole idea that the Sith are evil. I mean that the Sith are
Yeah,
good.
let's do it, man. Let's do it
Yeah, I
right
mean,
now.
he
Do it
said,
right
let's do
now.
it right now.
Do it right now. We'll do a short one, brother Clue. It'll be short. We'll do 3, 2, 3, 2, 7, and 3. We'll do it short. It's early. It's only 10 o'clock. It's only damn. I got quite a few cash apps in here. Hold up. Let me go ahead and shout out my damn contributors. I'm sitting here
Yeah,
looking
man.
at this damn thing. Oh shit! Shout out to brother Daryl with the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother Daryl. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And shout out to brother Darth Low IQ with the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother Darth Low IQ. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And shout out to brother Leon from the 411 Talk Zone radio show with the $20 Cash App. When you drop 20 or more, you get this. Uh-oh. A big coin drop on this platform. I appreciate that, brothers. My bad. I wasn't even looking at my phone, man. Wasn't paying no mind to it. Appreciate that, brothers. Those Cash Apps up in here. But yeah, brother Clue, come on up, man. We do a short one, quick. It'll be over in like 25 minutes.
I'll drop off and let him go. Hope you guys. I'll be listening in the chat.
Absolutely, man. You're always welcome up here, my brother.
Thanks, X. Salute to you, SKC.
He said,
Man,
"I
bro,
do."
you take care. I think we're about done because I think Clue isn't gonna come, man.
Yeah,
He
he
doesn't
said
like me anymore.
he said he gotta watch 3 movies he watched as a kid as an adult.
I got I'm just a baby coon. I got my little babies on the screen, man. I'm like, man.
That freaking picture of that little baby, man, the one in the red shirt, man. Whenever I see that shit, it just trips me out. Because it's like an inside joke, right? You have to know what that picture means. You gotta know what it means.
Uh,
And
oh, good.
he's got that look on his face like when the lady came in there and she was talking, she was yelling about the toilet. You got to
Uh,
know. You have to know the joke. You get it if you know what that little baby means. You get it. Yeah, you get it.
Hey, man. Yeah, but yeah, it was an interesting conversation. Yeah, good mother. I saw that thing that you sent me with what's his name? Sam. I think it's Sam Harris. Man, he went off on the deep end, man. I mean, good grief! You're talking about a guy that is supposed to be so intellectually sound and balanced and objective and so forth. X. This dude here, he's supposed to be one of the on the forefront of the people who believe in logic and um trying to be, fair and balanced and so forth. This dude came out and stated, uh I don't care what uh Biden did.
Yeah, I've heard of
It's
Sam
still,
Harris. I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
he said it's still a better decision. I said, "Holy crap, man!" Now, all of his objectivity went completely out the door, man. It was like, "Holy crap, man!" Oh my god! But yeah, man. It just, I don't know. It just goes to show to me that people are people, and they're not as fair and balanced as they would
Absolutely
contend that
not.
they are. So,
I don't think any of us are. I think
dude
we are as
completely lost it, man. He jumped off a cliff.
I I think we
I mean,
are.
it was like it was like watching a a grown man jump from the Empire State Building butt naked
Let me tell you something.
with a banana in his mouth.
We we are all as fair and balanced as we think we are. That's about it. I
Oh
mean,
man.
we
Oh
about
man.
that
Yeah, yeah,
fair and
Dick.
balanced.
Yeah, Dick.
We are as balanced as we
Yeah,
say
Dick.
we
That's
are.
right. Yeah. Just
That's it. All right. That's how balanced we are. All right. As much as we say we are or think we are in our own head. That's it.
X. X. I don't know if you've ever seen those style of conversations like with Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Another guy
I've
that's really
I've caught
interesting to
some of
me is
Jordan Peterson.
I can't remember his name, but he's over in the UK. I know his last name is Benjamin, but um, host of the Lotus Eaters,
Mm.
and that crew of that school of thought um, really based themselves on being a bit more logically sound and looking at things from multiple angles and blah blah blah. But see one of those guys come out with just complete nonsense of emotional fueled insanity. It's like,
Well,
holy crap, man.
well, Lady Jackie said his
Yeah,
name is
Carl Benjamin.
Carl Benjamin.
I like Carl Benjamin, man. Sargon, good grief. Many a good debates, many a good conversations, and sitting down with other people and talking. I mean, I I wish we had a spot like that outside of like Glenn Laurie, McWhorter.
Hmm.
I think probably the only other one that I'm aware of is Coleman Hughes. Man, I need more thinkers like that. Ian Rowe.
Yeah,
Um, yeah.
man, I would love to get Dr. Rowe on here, boy. That would be a good get for me, boy, if I could get him up on here.
Good grief.
All right.
That dude did
I'm
a
trying to.
backflip. A, a backflip into traffic.
He said a backflip into traffic.
oh man. Oh man. Well, if that is it, X, I will bid you
Yeah,
guys do and
it don't look
get
like
to
nobody gonna come up. Maybe they might come up in a little bit, you know.
enjoying some time with the missus and get up out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Yeah, man.
It's been
Yeah, do
fun.
your
You
thing.
guys take care.
You got it, my brother. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do a little, you know, because it's still early. It's 10 o'clock. I don't have really anything to do tomorrow. I don't know. I guess we can do a little freestyle. We just want to come up and talk some shit about anything. You know what to do. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. It's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. Negroes. But yeah, that was a very, very good debate. Very, very measured debate. Very professional. Very, you know, highbrow, if you will, which is what I thought it was going to be. I knew it was going to be a very, very highbrow, you know, debate between those two, TRUISM and Brother Supreme. I knew it was, you know, it wasn't going to be one of those debates where, you know, people were yelling and back and forth and calling each other the fuck niggas and all that kind of stuff. I knew it wasn't going to be any of that. So yeah, it went pretty much the way I thought it would go. Pretty much went the way I thought it would go. But you know, we have another debate coming up this week. As a matter of fact, while I got y'all here, I might as well hit y'all in the head with T.P.O.T's programming notes. Yeah. Yeah, it's time for programming notes. So, let me go ahead and hit y'all in the head with what we got going on coming up this week, because I got a couple good shows that I think you good folks are going to like. Wednesday, of course, my brother will be here. Brother Big Nate will be in the house, and him and Brother Trey are squaring off in the digital squared circle. And to this damn day, I have no idea what they are debating. I have no idea what they're debating, man. To this day, I don't know what they're debating. I gotta call Big Nate and see what the hell they're debating, but they are debating on Wednesday. So hopefully on Wednesday we would have come to a conclusion of what the debate topic is going to be, folks, because I have no idea what they're debating. Yeah, it's Big Nate and Brother Trey Part 2, Brother Clue, because they have debated here before. And the crazy thing is, when they debated here before, it was a 50-50 split. Nobody won, nobody lost. So we'll see what happens this time. Yeah, man, the crowd went 50-50 last time they were here. 50% for Nate, 50% for Trey. So it was dead even. It was a dead heat. It was a stalemate. So we'll see what happens Wednesday night. And then Thursday, man, very special show, man. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this young lady here on the screen. Her name is Hadia Pendleton. She's a 13-year-old girl who was killed in Chicago back in 2013. If she was alive now, she'd be 25. She was an honor student, a kid with a bright future, and she got murdered by these idiots out there in Chicago. And I know to y'all, she's just another name, just another person on a poster, but she meant a lot to T.P.O.T. In fact, Hadia Pendleton was the one that got T.P.O.T. into like the video part of it, because I've always been into media, but I mean, when I read this girl's story, man, it jump started something in us. And when it jump started something in us, it basically gave life to the whole T.P.O.T. media group. All right. If it wasn't for Hadia Pendleton, it probably wouldn't be any T.P.O.T. So Thursday, we're going to talk about it a little bit. We're going to talk about her story. We're going to talk about the brothers who killed her. All right. And we're going to talk about the start of T.P.O.T. Like I told y'all a few days ago, I've been in contact with her mother and her brother. To this day, I haven't gotten any response from them, but I'm going to keep reaching out, and hopefully I can get, one or maybe a couple of her family members to come on the stream as well. Like I said, I mean, and the reason why this story struck me the way it struck me is because she reminded me so much of my daughter. All right. She reminded me so much of my daughter, man. She still does. She reminds me so much of my daughter. And, my daughter was the same age as her, when she got killed. And, like I said, man, it launched T.P.O.T., man. It got T.P.O.T. into the video game. We started doing videos. We started talking about a lot of the violence that was going on in Chicago and places like Detroit and all that kind of shit. Like, it just kind of put a fire up under the whole T.P.O.T. thing. So Thursday, we'll be talking about Lady Hadia Pendleton, amongst other things, and the start of T.P.O.T. as well. So make sure you hear Thursday. Thursday night, we're actually going to do a show that actually means something. And like I said, I've been reaching out to her family members. I'm trying to get, some of them on as well so they can talk about the foundations that have been started in her name. I know recently out in Chicago, they did a bike ride, and she also has a park named after her. And I just found this out recently, that when the Barack Obama library is completed, they are naming a part of the Barack Obama library. I believe it's called the Hadia Pendleton Garden Park. So she's actually going to have a section in the Barack Obama library when it's completed. So we'll be talking about that as well. So, it's going to be one of those shows, man, where we actually going to talk about some serious stuff. And like I said, possibly get to talk to some of her family members. So make sure you have your black behinds here Thursday, because we actually going to be doing something that means something. Negroes. But yeah. Oh, hold on. God damn it. If you requested the link, make sure you check your email. And if you do not see it, make sure you check your spam. Negroes. Make sure you check your spam. Negroes. If if you requested the link. Make sure you check your spam. Yeah, man, but like I said, man, good debate tonight, man. Good shit tonight. You know, good way to end the week. You know, good way to end the week, man. Good way to end the week. You know, good way to end the week. I think that it would be good to have more debates like that, you know, a little more highbrow, you know, without the screaming and the cursing and the yelling and you know, it's one thing rapid fire, right? With the rapid fire, that's kind of what that's for, you know, so y'all can kind of like go at it, you know, get it all out and then reel it back in and finish off the debate. But a lot of times when these debates go down, the whole debate seemed like goddamn rapid fire. The whole debate seems like a rapid fire round. And I let a lot of stuff go, you know. From time to time, I let a lot of stuff go. But I think that debates are better when they are like the one that we had tonight. I mean, that's just what I think. You know, that's just me. I think they go a lot better. I think it's a better experience for the audience, and it's a better experience for the debaters. I mean, but I see my brother down there. Brother Leon, what's good with it, man?
Hey, what's good, Brother X? Good. I missed a lot of the debate, but I caught the tail end of it. But I tell you what, this was one of the best debates I heard in a while. No yelling and screaming. This is how it should be orchestrated.
Yes. Yes.
And, very professional. And I know that Trey and Nate debate is going to be good, but you got.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's going to be nothing like this one.
Fire, you know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Rapid fire is going to be hell with that one.
Hey,
but you know,
I got something I might send to you. There's this video out, and I'm gonna do a pre-recorded video on it. It's where this black kid is slapping his mom in the face a few times. It's a short video. I think I might have to send it to you too. You like to do those old mamas.
Oh yeah, every night. Every night. I never run out. I mean, I'm trying to run out of stories, but it's not happening.
But there's another one that I'm going to pick up too. It was out back in 2007, and it's with this white kid on the Dr. Phil show. He slapped his mother as well. So
wow.
Well, you know my content. What I do, I just did one on entitlement as a psychological behavior disorder. You can check that out. It's about 47 minutes long because I like to do my lives, but I like to do my pre-recorded content as well because there's a lot that you got to understand about entitlement. There are too many of us who have entitlement, and I know brother S.K.C is not up there, but you know, you all were talking about the Bible. Remember, there are different versions of the Bible as well.
Oh yeah,
most part, take a look at the King James version.
King James.
And you all were right. If we had taken a look at the Quran and the Bible and actually lived by it, it would be a better place. But right now we have too many demonic people, particularly the ones on the left who acquiesce in the feminism, the LGBTQ type of community. And many of them, they don't advocate for traditional families. The education system that they advocate for is a very bad education system. There's a lot of misandry that's taken place that we don't even talk about. And we need to talk about that because as men, and I'm talking about men across the race line here, we're all getting vilified because we're believing that nonsense that comes on television. I want everybody to leave the television alone. The television is not your best friend. In fact, when I was coming up, my dad called it the idiot box.
Yeah, that's what I call it, the idiot box.
I don't even watch fall on an idiot box because they're all into the Black Lives Matter and I tell people about that movement as well. It's more like a communist manifesto. It's just like even the there was a movement Martin Luther King started. It didn't last too long, but I believe BLM got their message from that. It was more like a Marxism type of movement. It was called PPC, the Poor People's Campaign, which started briefly in 1968 and it ended in 1968. And you also have to watch some of these when people start raising their fists like this. That fist, when it looks like that, that's communism. People don't understand that. Some of the Black Power movements came from communism. You have a guy out there called Rules. He did Rules for Radicals. I did a video on that, and we need to really pay attention to what's going on out here because we have a lot of delusional people out here. And when you aren't on your game out here, you're going to be suckered in. And when you're suckered in like sheep, what happens to sheep? They go in a slaughterhouse and they never come out. They might end up on my plate. And well, you and I are both Brother X or Gen Xers, so we know a lot of what's going on. And that story that you did from that young lady in Chicago, yeah, that's I'm glad you'll be doing that as well. I'm going to find.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to find some stories to do too. Like I said, I don't go and do that crazy, all that drama that they have on the other side of the manosphere. I do some serious stuff. I'm going to get back in some psychological issues because there are a number of individuals. There's witchcraft going on out here, demonic behavior. You got the succubus out here. You got the incubus out here. You got a lot of, you look at Kendra G stuff, you can see how delusional some of those men and women are on her.
Oh, God.
You got some, Brother X, and they're our age group, and they're acting like children.
Yeah. Well, a lot of us suffer from UMI, undiagnosed mental illness.
or I call it the Princess Syndrome, and of course the Peter Pan Syndrome. You got a lot of Negroes in their 40s who are online. They're acting like children.
Oh, yeah.
And shout out to Brother Reg, but when you look at his content, it's like a backyard brawl on his show. They do not know how to have a conversation, and that's why we're all over here. Because you got to be educated over here. Educated with common sense. I didn't say book sense because, of course, college, and I went to college myself, but college does present a lot of individuals who are indoctrinated by this system and the system of the American dream. And let me tell you something about the American dream. Yeah, I love this country, but everybody isn't going to live the American dream. It's not going to happen.
No.
I think individuals need to understand that. They need to understand as well. Yes, some of the wages look good out here, $15, $16 an hour, but guess what? They can't find people to fill those jobs. Individuals don't understand that there's inflation. When the government starts printing more money, that means the value of the dollar is lessened. You said something very important. And I actually did it one time. This is no lie. Back when I lived in Norfolk, Virginia, I took a $50 bill and put it in my calculus book, left the door unlocked. And I also did it in Philadelphia, too, when I went to Temple University. Guess what? Nobody even opened that door for anything. They didn't open it because the money was in the book. And you know what it is when Negroes look at the book.
Oh, yeah, you want to hide something from a Negro, just put it in the book. I tell my wife that all the time. I said, if you want to hide your jewelry, all you got to do is take a big-ass book, cut the middle out of it, and you can put $5 million worth of diamonds in there and lay it on the kitchen table. They'll ransack the whole fucking house. That book won't be touched.
Because they're afraid they might learn something.
Yeah. Negroes touch a book. That shit's like when Dracula touched a crucifix. To burn their flesh and shit. Like being sprayed with fucking holy water. Like
Oh,
spraying Dracula with holy water. Your flesh will start to burn.
Brother X, we got to keep putting that word out there. I mean, I know you're doing a good job on these old mamas. And matter of fact, there's another show. There's another video out there. I got to get touch of it. It's this black woman, and I'm not criticizing black women out here. You have a number of them that are crazy as cat crap, but it was on something you and I always talk about, grown kids living at home, because I'm gonna beat that topic down.
Oh
And
yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to find that video, but she believes that parents shouldn't have rules for grown kids living at home. I'm like, what?
Mm.
She says your parents should respect their children if they're living at home. I'm like, well, if you're living in my house, I have rules. Even when I visit my own mom, my mom says, I got rules here. I don't care if you're 60 and I'm 100. I got rules. And I see too many children living at home, and they claim that the economy is bad. Well, the economy wasn't bad when we were coming up, wasn't good when we were coming up. Why? Because we didn't make the money to actually assimilate into the economy. What did we have to do? We had to learn. We had to scratch some eyes out. We had to compete. And this is what individuals don't understand. And I know when I lived back.
I remember shit. I had to live with my parents, man, for like I had to live with them. I was waiting on a place, man, and at the time I was 22. And that was the first time I had lived with them since I was 17. And I stayed with them. I stayed with them, I think, for like 2 weeks. Man, that shit was like 2 years. It was like it was like being a fucking kid again living there. Don't do this, don't do that, don't play music, don't be coming in and out, don't do that. I was like, man, never again. That was the last time I ever went and lived with my parents. And like I said, I moved out of my parents' house when I was 17, and I actually had a place, and I was waiting for them to fix. They had to fix some stuff in it. So instead of getting a hotel, I went and stayed with my parents for that 2 weeks, trying to save some money. And man, let me tell you, boy, it was just like being a kid again. I was like, I said the next time, if there's ever a next time that I need to stay somewhere, I would rather live in the woods for 2 weeks than go back and live at my parents' house for 2 weeks. 'Cause 2 weeks was like 2 months.
Yeah,
man.
My mom was like, and my dad, they were like Vladimir Putin. I thought I was in the USSR, the rules. And my mom liked to make rules up as she went along. And she already knew, well, hey, if you don't like it, there's the door right there.
Oh, yeah.
The door hit you where a good Lord split you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You get that speech.
And I remember me and my brother, well, we got the cops called on us, and they came and read us the riot act. And my mom and dad would play these crazy games, and my mom would always, and she'll still say that's a method to my madness. I don't want any hard-legged Negroes in here because it's invading my privacy, and I understand exactly what she's talking about. She said, you want to make your own rules, get your own place. So I'm going to try to kick up that video and do a pre-record on that video, just like I did on the entitlement. But we need to start calling out people like Kendra G, because she is not calling out some of these women up there, these delusional women. There are a number of people doing videos on. I know, shout out to Little Big Nate.
Brother Big Nate be going in, boy. I was watching one of his videos on her. Was that today? That was today or yesterday? Yeah, brother Big Nate be going. Yeah, brother Big Nate be going in. Brother Big Nate be going in.
Nate is crazy out there, but
yeah,
he's a good brother. But hey, somebody's got. There's another brother out there. Might want to have him on. I've been trying to contact him. Some people don't like him. He's a good brother. Hardcore Tito. He's out of Chicago.
I know who he is.
Try to get him on. Yeah, he's a good brother. I don't care what people say about him. Very smart brother. And I know on your channel, just like mine, brother, we don't get the dummies on our channel. We don't get.
Yeah, I try to stay away from. I try to stay away from certain people.
Yeah.
Because I've had people get in contact with me, because everybody knows who the fuck I am. Like, it's not like I'm this unknown person, even though I'm only at I'm right under 4,000 subscribers, but everybody pretty much knows where I am, who I am, whether it's in this sector or others. People know who I am. And I've had quite a few people, hit me up. Oh, X, let me come on. Some people I just flat out turn down because I don't even want them on my shit. I don't even want to deal with them. I don't want to deal with, what they got to say or the shit they going to talk about. Nah. No. Certain people I just don't want on my shit, and T.P.O.T is somewhat of a variety kind of thing because I got 21 different series on this show. People don't get it. This is called the Prophet of Thought series is the name of this YouTube page. There's 21 different series on this channel. And I try to keep all of them within a particular series. And a lot of the shit that a lot of these people who want to come up here, what they want to talk about doesn't fit into any of it. It's like, nah.
Yeah,
nah.
Absolutely.
Nah.
And that's why on my channel, the 411 Talk Zone radio show, I give you information and I get all kinds of sources, but there's information that I don't want people who are going to come on and ransack my channel because they're going to end up destroying my channel. They don't have respect for people's channels like ours, some of them. I know.
No, they don't. They don't.
You got a lot of
they don't.
out there. And I know, brother, while I'm on here, putting the link in the chat.
Yeah, man.
You pulled that
Go
video
ahead.
that I did. The Looney Tunes was on it. Remember that video that I did? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Spam your channel, man. You got a wrench in here, so y'all get on down there, man, and check out Brother Leon, man, the 411 Talk Zone radio show, man. Go ahead and put your channel in the chat and all of that, so brothers can go down there and check you out.
All right. Let me find my channel up here.
I actually steal from Brother Leon, y'all. I sit in the clouds, the quote unquote clouds that everyone talks about. I sit in the clouds sometime and steal material.
Hey, I don't have a problem with that. Don't have a problem with that at all. Take it because I know when you disseminate it, it's going to be good, man. Hey.
Yeah, man, I try, man. Here lately on this channel has taken quite a turn, a sharp turn, and over the past few months, I'm doing some different stuff. I still do the debates and all that kind of stuff, of course, but I have different types of guests. I mean, ever since I've been doing this thing called the Ridiculous Race Game, it's made me want to not just do different type of material, but talk to different types of people. And I think that's a good thing. I don't like the same type of anything. I don't even drink the same type of coffee every morning. I mean, I got like 6 or 7 different types of coffees in my cabinet, and I like coffee, but guess what? I don't drink the same kind every single day. So, I mean, I think T.P.O.T, it has become one of those channels where many people are welcome from many different walks of life, many different views, many different socioeconomic backgrounds, many different racial makeups. And I like the fact that people from these different backgrounds and stations in life feel comfortable to come here. I'm glad that they feel comfortable to come here. And guess what? I'm glad that I've had them here.
Well, you know,
To be
brother,
honest.
I'm glad you said that because I have the same thing. Some of the individuals that are on your channel, they also come to my channel. Now, I do have a rule for anybody when I do my panel who comes on the 411 Talk Zone radio show. It's similar to Brother X's here. Now, my channel is a man's channel.
Oh
So
yeah.
if you're a woman, you come up on my panel and you go against, shout out to brothers like A Truism, and you go against them. I do not defend the women. This is a man's channel, and the men can, they can, they can actually, they can, they can blow up if you challenge them to something. I had one lady on there, and Brother A Truism said, "I want a piece of her." She was actually Matt Colay's cousin, and I had to had to had to get in there and silence that very carefully because she came in talking that pro-black stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. Well, you know, brother, I'm when I say I'm pro-black, and let's just get this out of the way. I'm proud to be black because I was born black. I'm going to die black. Okay. I'm not the one that's going to go out there with the fist in the air. I don't do that. What I look for is opportunities, and certainly I don't look inferior to another race. I'm not a victim. I don't care how hard it is out here. Find a way to make it honestly. The problem with some of us, we have too much of that hustle mentality. We want to get the
Yeah.
cash. We don't understand economics. We understand niggonomics. That's what we understand. So we're always involved in some get rich schemes. And when you get so many sisters up here, that word entrepreneur keeps coming up. I'm an entrepreneur. And on Kindred G, she doesn't challenge him. She doesn't ask him, well, what do you do? I mean, like you're an entrepreneur, you own something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm finding out that most of them, what they're doing, they're just selling their bodies on somebody else's platform. They don't know.
I'm an entrepreneur. I sell my ass.
They sell ass and pussy, all that stuff up there. And they swear they're making a lot of money because there was this one lady, she said she makes 6 figures a month. Okay. She's from Salt Lake City. Now, looking into her background, I believe she does own a radio station, but she has so many foster kids. You remember I did that video on those foster kids.
Mm-hmm.
That scam. That scam. Foster kids. That's another scam. And taking care of elderly people. You got people doing that, making another scam out there.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on which state, individuals, basically, they cycle kids in and out of the system. And they make money off these kids. They don't care anything about these kids. That's why I did the video on that. And for the most part, you got too many kids out here who are being shuffled through the system. Some of them are being molested out here. You gotta watch the vermin in your own family. That's why I say family is overrated sometimes, because you get some family members that you can't deal with because they only call you when you want something. But the biggest thing is I see too many kids still living at home, and it's getting worse. And it's generally the moms are allowing it because the moms are very, very permissive. That's the problem. And
it's crazy because yesterday, right, I took my wife to the doctor, and, I was there, with my wife. And while I was there, these 2 people walked in, right? And the lady, and I'm looking, the lady looks to be about 70, maybe 75. And the guy, he looks about the same age. He looks like he's about 60. And he's walking with a cane. He can barely move.
Wow.
She's using a walker. And when they come in there, because my wife comes out there, because my wife went to the eye doctor, she was getting, her eyes checked.
Yeah.
And I'm in that little waiting room in there. And my wife comes out, and, my wife, she's one of those bleeding hearts, freaking just, she knows how to work a room. And she's talking to him, and I look and I'm like, because I hear them talking about marriage. So I asked him, I'm like, how long you guys been married? And the lady's like, we're not married. That's my son. Now, mind you, they look the same age. So me, you done started my inquisitiveness. Now I'm like, wow, that's your son. When did you have him? When you was like 13? And she was like, no, I had him when I was 14. I said, I was close. But the thing is, here this man is, he's like 60 years old. His mother, I guess, is a 73.
Wow.
Now, she's still taking care of him, technically. And she's barely getting around herself, Brother Leon. All right. She's like in like one of those roll walkers. And he's walking with a cane and like holding on to her walker. And I'm like, this dude is 60 years old, man. And his mom still has to take care of him. I mean, when I saw that, I told my wife, I said, you talking about a mama's boy. I said, you see him? I said, he's 60 years old. I bet you he's never left his mother's house.
Yeah. Well, there's
because if it was, she wouldn't be bringing him to the doctor. His wife or his whatever would be bringing him. And like I said, she can barely get around herself.
Wow. Well, there's this show out there, speaking of Mama's Boy, called I Love a Mama's Boy, that comes on TLC, and you see a lot of Mama's Boys on that show. And there's the flip side called Smothered, where there's the sister-daughter relationship. The grown daughter and mother are living at home. And I've done videos on that to show everybody that you can't keep your grown kids around all the time. Your grown kids, they're grown in age, but their mind isn't grown. And we have a number of individuals who are not grown, and that's of all races. And one thing I see today here in America, although I've fought for this country for 17 years, I just see a lot of delusion, a lot of deception, and a number of individuals living the lie out here. And when you live the lie, you're going to be decimated in the end, and disappointed, of course, in the end, because when it comes to truth, truth is going to prevail over everything.
Absolutely.
And some of us don't like to hear the truth. Yes, it hurts. It's a very, very sore thing, but truth can also be motivating. It can help you. And in fact, I always say truth is the best therapy, because you can run into these therapists and some of them are going to lie to you too, because it's about money. You look at the media out here, you have a lot of people who watch the media, and basically 5 or 6 people own a conglomerate of media.
Hell yeah. 90% of the damn media is controlled by 6 people.
That's ridiculous.
6 people.
And one of them I'm paying a ton of money for. It's called AT&T. They own CNN. And they own Time Warner Cable. And also you got, up here in Indiana, we got Comcast or Xfinity. They own NBC. So they own a lot of material that is getting out to the public, and the public isn't asking questions about that. And that's why this season that's coming up, when it comes to politics, a number of us are very inept in politics. So particularly we African Americans, we vote for symbolism. Most of us, not me, not you, but most of us do vote for symbolism. We want to be the first black. We want to be the first black governor. The first, well, you think about it. We've had opportunities in these large cities, but what's happened in the large cities? Well, welfare, high crime rate. We've had black mayors, black city councils. They've been taking a lot of money out of slush funds as well. And these cities, what do they look like? They're dilapidated. Now,
Yeah.
Can't blame every administration, because not all the administrations were African Americans, but for the most part, you have a number of uneducated voters in those big cities. And you're talking about Chicago. I live 2 hours from Chicago. I used to live an hour from Chicago until I moved to Lafayette, Indiana in 2020. And Chicago still has that high crime rate, and it's starting to trickle down into Indianapolis. I live basically in between Indianapolis and Chicago, and crime is running amok everywhere. And since 2020, since the COVID, it's really caused a lot of things to either shut down. It's caused people to get crazier. A lot of divorces are up, because here's the thing. You had individuals, they were together, but once they got closed in, they couldn't stand each other, but they couldn't stand each other before. They were going their separate ways every day, and that's a big problem as well.
Mm.
We just have issues in America. That's why everybody's not going to live the American dream. I stopped saying the American dream. I said I'm going to live a good life, be comfortable. That's what I'm going to do. The way the system is set up, everybody is not going to be a millionaire. It's not going to happen.
No.
It's not set up to be a millionaire.
No.
If you go back and see some of these animated pictures of old cartoons back in let's say the late 1800s and early 1900s, it's usually a fat man with a hat on. That's where they got the name Fat Cats from, because it was always the fat cats who had everything while we were the peasants. And that was a big problem. And, I always tell individuals, get educated, and you don't need to go to college to get educated. You just need to look at the situation around you to get educated. Certainly a book, it'll give you guidance, but always question that book as well. So, in the end, coming up here on YouTube as well, there's people like me and T.P.O.T who put information out. And I want everybody to like, share, and subscribe to his channel while you're in the chat as well. And of course, hit me up on my channel as well. I'm on basically every Wednesday. I do live streams, and of course, I do pre-recorded content as well. And my government name is Leon. My channel is the 411 Talk Zone Radio Show. I'm not afraid to give my government name out there. But, in the meantime, getting back to religion, that's something that needs to be talked about, because we have a number of individuals who claim that they're religious, but when it comes to the establishments that they attend, they're under 501c3 and they're big money makers. And of course, a lot of churches have been going to the left-wing propaganda as well, because they want to put individuals in the seats. You have a number of pastors there who are unloyal. The congregations, I know in the black area, a lot of the congregations have become a social fest. They've become a fashion fest. And in the end, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on with the preachers and the congregations, of course, in the black church. The black church used to be a pivotal area where everybody got together for the social aspects, the political aspects of what's going on in our race back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. We don't do that anymore. There's a lot of change that has taken place with the African American church. Now, I'm sure other churches have had the same issues as well, but when it comes down to this country, it's become a situation where you have a few markets that dominate everything.
Yeah, well, not just spoke, but a few weeks back, I was talking about the Southern Christian Conference, and, they had multiple, actually hundreds of instances where members of the conference had, molested children, abused children, and there were some black churches who are, because the Southern Christian Conference, that's more of a white thing, but there were some black churches that were connected to it,
Yes.
and kudos to some of those black churches who actually pulled themselves away from the conference due to all the sexual abuse and molestation allegations. A lot of those churches pulled back from the Southern Christian Conference because they did a report, and the conference didn't want that report to come out because there were multiple arrests. There were multiple members of the church who had did these horrible things to children, and they basically swept it under the rug. They just moved them to another part, of the country, sort of like the Roman Catholics were doing. They knew these priests were doing these things to these children, and instead of calling the authorities, what they would do is just move them to, another church somewhere on the other side of the country. Just get them out of their hair. Then they would get there and do the same thing. So it was just a mess, man. And church is crazy, right? Because I've also talked this church stuff too, right? And you think about the Eddie Longs and people, of that ilk, who use their power. Because make no mistake, when you're the leader of this giant congregation, you have a degree of power when you're a leader of this giant congregation of people. And you have power over the adults. So usually that gives you power over their children as well. And I think a lot of these parents are also part of this. They're catalysts to this because these guys wouldn't be able to get to these children if it wasn't for the parents. If the parents aren't doing due diligence and basically just handing the children to these people, out of some act of piety or some loyalty, to this religion, to this church, to this message, and the children end up suffering because they have parents who follow these ministers with this blind, pious loyalty, and they total disregard the well-being of the children in the process. So I mean, it's something that's been going on for a very long time. It's something that I don't see stopping anytime soon, but it is something that people should be shining a light on because there's a lot of stuff going on in the church. And I'm not trying to say it's every church, but it's way too many of them where they're doing these things to children and they're actually getting away with it, man. They're getting away with it.
And
So
it's out there, and for all you church folk out there who go, question your pastor on what he's reading out of the Bible as well. And sometimes you got to go back and read it yourself because there are a lot of hypocrites. And, a number of the churches in our community have a lot of what I call Christian feminists. What they do, they basically take the scripture and they read it according to use it as an out for their inexcusable behavior as well, but then want to preach to me that I'm living foul, or they want to tell me I'm not saved, and that's a big problem as well.
Yeah, and keep these damn pastors away from your kids.
Yeah,
like I mean, don't be so caught up, man, following these damn pastors and ministers and bishops that you freaking take your eye, off your children and say, oh, that's pastor. Go ahead when the pastor come around and want to take the boys to the ranch and take them to his house and take them to a retreat and all this kind of foolishness. All right. I mean, I have to blame the parents when shit like that happens. I have to, because see, they so freaking enamored with the pastor that they think by handing their child over, they're actually doing the will of God, not realizing that the pastor's getting those children there and doing some of the most ungodly things to them. I mean, I don't know, man. But we've always been kind of blindsided by the church anyway, man. It's because what does the church provide, right? The church fills gaps in people's lives, and unfortunately, there's a lot of black people who have gaps in their lives, and they go to the church because the church does what? It sells hope to a lot of people. Exactly. It sells hope to a lot of people. So that hope fills those gaps in their lives, man. And if they think and feel that those gaps are being filled, sometimes, man, they're easily manipulated. And when the adults are easily manipulated, it's not hard to manipulate the children, unfortunately.
Well, like I said, you have a number of them that say, well, don't talk about my pastor, because the pastor is also, particularly for all the single women and the single mothers who go up in the black church, the pastor is like a surrogate husband or surrogate father to them. So many of them, not saying they all go for the preacher, but a number of them go for the preacher and not God. Again, you can carry that Bible around, but you got to read that Bible. You have to understand that Bible. See, the original Bible, I believe, was in Latin, which Latin is a dead language. In fact, I believe it was the Council of Nicaea. That was really part of establishing Christianity, because a lot of your religions are man-made religions or your denominations. And they all preach out of the Bible, but some of them have different belief systems. But in the end, the religion is what's killing folk as well.
Yeah. I mean, but when you talk about the black church, what's sitting in the black church anyway? A bunch of single damn women, man. That's the majority of the damn congregation. There's not a lot of men in there. When you talk about church, most black men have pretty much, did an exodus, from church and religion and Christianity. So when you talk about the black church, when you walk in there, you ain't going to see nothing but a bunch of single mamas with kids and old women. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see young hoes, old hoes, and kids.
You might see some sweet men go up in there, because you got your... They're all part of the congregation as well. Cackling hens. And, of course, you see a fashion show and the biggest fruit buckets on their head. You know what I'm talking about, Brother T.P.O.T.
Oh, yeah. I was raised by church folks. Can't you tell?
My mom had us going to church every Sunday. And
raised by church folk.
It's 2022 now, and I haven't set foot in a church service since 1989.
Yeah, man, I haven't been. The last time I was in a church, it was last year at one of the grandbabies' christening. They did a christening and a baptism in there, and that was the last time I was in a church, and that was the first time I was in a church in I don't know how many years. I'm trying to think. I went to a wedding in a church, some years before that. But that was the first time I had been in a church in so long. I mean, we was going there for one of the grandbabies, christenings in there. And shoot, on the way in the church, we was walking through the parking lot. I told my wife, I said, "You ain't scared?" She was like, "Scared of what?" I was like, "You ain't scared that you gonna get burnt?" She was like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Shoot, as soon as I walk in there, I'll probably burst into flames." I said, "I'll probably just burst right into flames as soon as I walk in the door." She was like, "You are crazy." Yeah, man. That was the first time I've been in a church in so damn long, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
when you went, you see any ATM machines in the churches? Because someone got them in there. They want you to pay that.
I didn't see that, but what I did see is they had a big old satellite dish outside, and all kind of expensive camera equipment was set up inside of there. So I'm assuming it's one of those churches where they do broadcasting, because I noticed that big old gigantic satellite dish. They had very, very expensive cameras, like set up like on the upper tiers and stuff like that. Big old giant TV screen over top of the pulpit. So I'm assuming it was one of those, because I wasn't familiar with the church. I just went there because, that's where the baby was getting christened at, one of the grandbabies. So of course I had to be there. So yeah, trust me, I went there under duress. I was like, man, I don't want to go to no church. Oh, you gotta come. You gotta come. So my family was on my ass. So
Yeah,
it was on my ass. So I had to shut them up. So I had to make a showing.
That's what I call the religion part, is one of the 5 power conferences of society that I always mention. That's really taking America down. You got your media, you got your education, your religion, your private sector jobs, your corporations, and your government jobs. These are the 5 areas that you find all the mischief going on. There's a lot of money changing hands, and all of our politicians have been bought and sold. And a number of these politicians, when they leave office, what do? They form lobbyist groups as well. And they're about getting money any way they can. Now, we don't have a caste system like India does, but it does seem like we have a caste system. Why? Because you got the fat cats and you got the peasants. They're using us like peasants. And one of the reasons why some of us don't want to work is because many of us work for peanuts. And then when we give them a salary, we're adding extra duties to their job description. Therefore, you have individuals out there that don't want to work. I mean, I've seen some ungodly numbers, Brother X, at some of these fast food restaurants. I mean, when I started working, it was $2.89, $3.35 an hour, $15, $16 to flip hamburgers. Can you believe that? And we have this place right across the street called Whataburger. Make those. You're from New York, not Whataburger, White Castle.
Yeah.
Sliders. Well, people don't want to work.
No.
And even in my industry, I work in the construction industry. People don't want to work there either. They'll come make a little bit of money and they find out that the work isn't what they really wanted, because it's physically demanding, number one. And number two, they're doing more work than required. And that's another thing to get on. Black men, I do it every day. We got to work on our health, get the blood pressure down. Yeah. And I've done videos on all this. Get the blood pressure down, get the sugar down. We have to do that. Yeah, Whataburger, Nick Taylor. Yeah, I know all about them in Texas. There was one right outside when I was down there in Wichita Falls, Texas, right outside the Air Force Base, Shepherd Air Force Base, a Whataburger. Oh, yeah. He said it's life down there in Texas. Well, again, some of our foods that we're eating got a lot of chemicals in there. And some of the chemicals that we're eating are changing our hormones. Do you notice, Brother X, you see a number of people, young people, not our age, young people who are overweight today. And I'm talking about guys and gals. You know what that's from?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the processed food out here, eating a lot of GMOs, like your watermelon. Okay, you know when you get a watermelon, you get that spherical watermelon. They tell you it's seedless.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a GMO watermelon. The watermelons that I'm used to seeing are the oblong watermelons, the big watermelons that have the brown seeds in them. They're your real watermelons. A lot of the food is high in carbs and high in sugar, and sometimes the ingredients are hidden. But you see a lot of these kids. I mean, I go past the bus stop, and a number of them are blown up. I'm talking about kids who are 13, 14 years old, and even
Oh
some
yeah.
young adults.
Oh yeah. I've talked about that too, man. I did a stream a while back, man, and I showcased these two kids, man. And it was this one boy, he was 4 years old, he weighed like 93 pounds. I
I think
mean,
I
that
remember that one that you did too. Yeah.
yeah, man, that boy was so big, man, at 4 years old that he was sleeping with a fucking CPAP machine. I was like,
Oh,
you gotta be fucking kidding me. He's 4 years old and he's on a CPAP machine. And then it was a girl. She was, God, I think she was 12. Man, that girl weighed 300 and she weighed 353 fucking pounds, man. I
that's
mean, it was
wow.
that shit is child abuse.
Yeah.
That shit is child abuse,
Well,
man.
now I did a video on this, and I'll tell you where that's coming from too. And let's be honest. And you're from New York. What kind of restaurants do they have in the hood? You know they got those greasy spoons. I'm gonna tell you. I know in Gary, Indiana, I call it the triangle because they got Church's chicken, they got Popeye's chicken, and they got Kentucky Fried Chicken. They make a triangle,
Mm-hmm.
and then down the street they
Mm-hmm.
got sloppy uh, ghetto Asian restaurant. The food is greasy, and they have other greasy food. And some of the women walk their children over there to get the food out there, pay a high price for it because you have a number of women who don't know how to cook because they believe that they don't have to cook. But in the end, they're dying slowly because they're eating that garbage every day.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine if you're an adult. I mean, you want to fucking kill yourself, but I mean, yeah, if you want to fucking kill yourself, that's fine. But I mean, why cause the kid to suffer? Like, I mean, if you want to fucking kill yourself, go right the fuck ahead. But, you should be a little more cognizant of the kid, man. I mean, because what you're doing is you're ruining him.
Yeah,
Like I saw the little boy, man. I'm telling you, this dude was 4 years old, man, and he damn near weighed 100 pounds at 4. All right,
that's ridiculous.
4 years old. This kid damn near weighed 100 pounds. All right, he was more than half. He was more than half like my weight and shit. Like, come on, man, you gotta be kidding me, man.
And
You know,
even
at 4 years old, man, that's child abuse. I
oh
don't give
man,
a fuck what nobody say, man. That is child abuse.
that is definitely child abuse as well.
It's
And
fucking child abuse, man.
and
Here, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna show it to you. I'm
okay,
gonna show it. I'm gonna show it to you. Had to look through my shit and find it. It's been so long. I can't even believe that was a fucking year ago, man. That was a year ago I did that shit. Goddamn, time flies like a motherfucker.
Brother X, I still got people looking at my videos from 5 years ago,
You know?
especially on the one that I did on trisodium.
I thought that shit was like last month. That shit was a year. That shit was in June of last year. Oh, last month I did a video. This was 16 months ago.
Wow, wow, 16 months ago. God, we were just getting done from the virus, then going back to work. Some of us.
It's called feeding the failure. And this was a double cast that I did with Big Nate. Me and Big Nate.
Oh,
Yeah, me and Nate, we did a double cast on this where I was on his shit at the same time that I was on mine. You know, some shit me and Big Nate was doing. Fair use. Oh shit, it's my shit. I don't have to say that.
Yeah. Hey, we got fair use up there anyway. So if you got some of my content you want to use, you don't have to yell fair use. So you might want to use some of mine. You get in that psychological content. Oh,
I want y'all to look at this little boy. I want y'all to listen to this for a minute and tell me if y'all think this is fucking child abuse or not. You see this little boy right here? This boy is 4 years old, y'all. All right? He's 4 years old. 4 years old. Here we go. Oh shit, there's a familiar face, y'all. There's a familiar face. Here we go.
Out of bed.
Now this is the girl.
Often start the same.
This is the
Today's
girl.
breakfast is a Pop-Tart followed by a sandwich capped off with some chips.
What? Oh, I remember this.
Let's stop. This is what she's feeding this girl for breakfast, man.
Chips?
She's feeding her a fucking bag of chips, Pop-Tarts. But look at mom, though. Mom don't got a neck either. So it kind of explains a lot. Because mom is necklace up here, too. Stop right there, goddammit. Let's stop right there. Oh, I don't even have to say anything because, see, I'm already commentating on it. So I'll just let this guy do the commentating for me. Right? Pop-Tart, sandwich, chips, breakfast. How the hell is breakfast and potato chips in the same goddamn sentence? But let's continue.
So what are some of the things you know you got to give up?
Bag of
Chips,
sun
candy, and sugar?
Brianna is dangerously overweight.
How could I weigh this much and I'm just a kid?
And she's not alone. It's estimated that over 12 million children in America are considered obese, a number that's tripled in the past 30 years.
Y'all heard that, right?
I remember.
It's tripled in the last 30 years. Tripled. Let's continue.
Big breath. This is a health crisis, the likes of which we've never seen. For the first time in history, our children may have shorter lifespans than their parents.
In the first time in history, our children may have shorter lifespans than their parents.
Shout out
Let
to
that
Cooey
sink
Flames,
in.
Lizzo.
And if you really want to get into it, if we keep this kind of crap up, a lot of us, instead of getting buried by our children, we'll be burying them.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
It's a ticking time bomb. By the time he's 20, he's going to be at least 500 pounds.
Jesus.
Hold up. Did y'all hear that?
Yep.
A ticking time bomb. By the time he's 20, 500 pounds. But look at mom. You see what mom looks like, right? You see what mom looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Let's continue.
Tonight, we'll journey deep into the heart of the South, the hardest hit region, to find
I gotta stop right there because it's weird listening to me commentate this shit. It's like, because
I remember
what?
Video.
What I'm hearing is what I want to say right now. So I don't even have to say anything because what I'm hearing, I would still say this right now. So yeah, fair use.
find out why America's next generation is battling obesity and how it's threatening all our futures.
All right, I'm gonna skip this because I want to get to where the boy is.
That we are the fattest country in the
Old people. 4 years old. Let's run that back.
4 years old.
This is Jalen, her youngest. The last time he got on a scale, he weighed 93 pounds. Jalen is only 4 years old.
Go, Jalen, go! Go, Jalen, go!
In a family of thin siblings, how did one child, a child as young as Jalen, become obese?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing
Pop
because
talk.
his siblings don't look like that. So
Huh?
obviously something's going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it gets better, y'all. It gets better.
All right, good job, Jalen. Good job. You all right? You're breathing kind of hard. Do you want to sit down and rest? No. You okay?
Jalen's clearly an active little boy, so it must be something else. The answer started to become very clear to me inside Stacy's home.
What is your problem? I'm getting ready to fix some lunch, y'all. Get ready to eat.
Oh, boy.
Come on.
That's the idiot
Life isn't
box.
easy for Stacy. She's got her hands full, and when Jalen starts to cry, she'll do anything to make it stop.
Let me fix you some. Will you eat for me first and then get back on the computer?
All too often, Stacy relies on
What kind of fucking curtains are those on the goddamn wall? Jesus Christ.
food to assuage Jalen's tantrums. It's a pattern that started with
Brother Leon, I couldn't ignore that shit, man. Even though I was talking about obesity, that didn't fucking skip my eyeball. Yeah, that didn't skip my eyesight. Notice how I stopped that shit. I was like, what the fuck, man? We continue.
Your other kids are very thin. How do you think Jalen got this way?
I've always fed all of them the same. With Jalen, he just wanted a little bit extra.
Is it hard to say no to Jalen when he's begging you for things?
Yes.
Is it hard to say no to Jalen when he's begging you for things? Yes. Come on, lady. He's fucking 4.
Well,
he's 4.
Hey, Brother X, but you see the makeup. It's nothing but women in place. It's no pop, no men.
Yeah, man. Usually when you see this kind of shit, man, you know, when you see this kind of shit, when you see this kind of fucking straight up, this is what I call willful abuse, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't care, man. This is child abuse. All right? This is fucking child abuse. I don't care how you try to explain it or say, oh, he's big boned. No. This is fucking child abuse. All right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times when you see these women with these children, it's not even about the kid. See, that's what people are always fucking missing. It's not about the kid. It's about her.
Yeah.
She does it to compensate something that's going on with her. It's not about the fucking kid. That's what people don't understand, Brother Leon. It's not about her. I mean, it's not about the kid. It's about her. It's something fucking going on with her. The kid is just a fucking byproduct of what the fuck is going on in her head. That's it.
So she wants control. Very selfish. Trying to be independent while living on the government. Because you see where they're living. I mean, that is. I don't even know what state that's in. I'm gonna guess that's Mississippi. Do you know Mississippi?
I don't even know what state that's in.
It looks like Mississippi. Brother X, Mississippi has had one of the greatest obesity rates. I mean, I've been through Mississippi and Alabama. They're poor states. And probably Brother Nick Taylor, he's probably been in there too because he lives in Texas. But the further south you go, I've seen poor blacks and poor whites and the condition that they're in, bro. They smoke. There's a lot of smoking. They don't do any exercise. Economy is bad down there. Many of them can't afford to do anything but eat grease and they sit around. So we have. I mean,
Well, let me skirt past him
big
and get to this girl, because I want to wrap up soon, but I want to show you this girl. All these specialists that all of us helped pay for the past 2 years, correct? We probably bought that fucking breathing machine, brothers. Yeah, we probably bought that too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, she talks about how she doesn't want to hurt him any more than she's already hurt him. So she knows. It's not like she doesn't know and get his fucking son. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you understand me?
Oh, yeah.
He needs to be watching this tonight so he can go and get his fucking son away from this fucking woman.
Yeah.
Because this woman.
It happens to me too.
Goddamn commercials, X on his shit.
If the father hadn't been murdered yet, because
woman is literally killing this boy. I know it may not look like it to you people, but she is literally killing this boy. And she's been doing it for the past 2 years. And she even admitted it herself.
Now
she knows she's doing it.
Well, I heard that she would feed him to stop him.
She knows she's doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Is obese, and a 12-year-old girl is facing the struggle of her life. We're in the small rural town of Durant, Mississippi. This is Brianna. She's just 12 years old, but she already weighs 347 pounds.
Did y'all hear that?
Oh, yeah.
347 pounds.
She's 12.
She's 12. 347 pounds.
Good God, she's got
12
with a CPAP machine.
Why is this child still with her mother? Why? Why is this child still living with this woman?
The system. No matter.
You trying to tell me this is not abuse of this kid?
Oh, that's definitely
a 12-year-old kid. I'm an old ass man, and I'm probably a little overweight too. I'm 6'2". I weigh 225.
Yeah, I'm only 5'8".
Just kind of let that swirl around in your mind.
I'm 5'8" and 239.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And I exercise every day.
And when I say lady, I don't mean the kid. Wow. I mean her old mammy.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
I used to go outside a lot and go play, ride my bike, and just go to the Boys and Girls Club, run and play dodgeball. Well, I got lazy and then never wanted to do nothing.
10 pounds when she was born, Brianna was a healthy baby. Her family moved from Illinois.
Uh-oh. There's something we don't see that often in these stories.
The dad.
Amen.
Yeah.
But obviously not around like he's supposed to be, because if he was, she fucking wouldn't look like that.
Did you see the
And if he is around, this motherfucker is despicable.
But the
if
teacher,
he is around,
when you first
go ahead, brother Leon.
The teacher in there, when she first went, the teacher was a little hefty too, with no shade.
Yeah, she's supposed to be the physical education teacher. She and that motherfucker looking like Jabba the Hutt. How the fuck you the phys ed coach and you and that motherfucker looking like the motherfucking Hamburglar and shit? Looking like motherfucking Grimace out that motherfucker. You teaching phys ed. You out that motherfucker looking like a sack of motherfucking gravel out this motherfucker. Oh God, this world is just crazy. Hold on, cause I need to play this part. I'm trying to think. What the hell is it? Where is it? She should be saying, "What are we going to give up?" Right? Yeah, because hold on. Of course, she makes sure you don't have any either. God damn it, for dinner, you're going to be eating some fucking peas and carrots. You're going to be drinking water around this motherfucker. How about that, Mom? Because I'm trying to think. Mom said some bullshit. Fucking mouths and letting them eat the shit 25 times a day. There's the gym teacher. There's the gym teacher standing up that motherfucker looking like the Hamburglar. Like, come on, man. You're teaching people how to be fit? How? You look like you out of breath just from standing still. How are you fucking teaching people physical fitness when you standing up there looking like you tired from just simply breathing? Breathing makes you tired. Oh my goodness, man. Sure, they don't get any fucking physical activity because they want their fucking kids to look just like them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. What do I see?
Right.
Blood pressure, high blood pressure.
Dumb hoes. Let's continue.
Are you ready? Yeah! T-I-G-E-R-S. Tigers, roar! All right, turn to clean. We're gonna do a relay race one, okay?
It's hot outside for everyone in PE class, but the hundreds of extra pounds Brianna's carrying makes it worse.
I'm sure it does. But before we end this, let's have another gander at what Brianna life looks like.
It's Saturday, and 12-year-old Brianna struggles to get out of bed.
Pop-Tart before you brush your teeth.
Her days often start the same. Today's breakfast is a Pop-Tart, followed by a sandwich, capped off with some chips.
So what are some of the things you know you got to give up? Chip.
Now, chips. I'm sitting here and I missed this in the beginning. Excuse me, y'all. She's asking her what things. Yeah, brother Indigenous, the goddamn gym coach was fat as a motherfucker. Ain't that something? How the fuck are you teaching physical education and you out that motherfucker looking like you out that motherfucker looking like Jabba the Hutt your damn self. I mean, come on.
See what happens when there's no men around?
But anyway, she's sitting here, right? And she's freaking asking the kid, what things do you have to give up? How about this, yo old mama? How about you say, look here, girl, I'm not buying no motherfucking chips. I ain't buying no soda. I ain't buying no bullshit. God damn it, for breakfast, your ass gonna have a grapefruit. God damn it, for dinner, you gonna be eating some fucking peas and carrots. You gonna be drinking water around this motherfucker. How about that, Mom? Why are you asking her? Oh, does she have a job? Does she buy the fucking food? Does she have a job, Mom? I just want to know. Oh, she's going to the fucking grocery store and bringing back the chips and the soda and the fucking candy bars and the fucking ring dings and shit. Oh, she's doing it, right, Mom? Huh? She's doing it, right, Mom? So, of course, you have to ask her about whether or not she's going to give up the chips, the soda, and all that kind of shit. Really, Mom? Really?
Shout out to brother Nick Taylor.
Let's
find out the super chat in there. He's going to steal the last part of this, brother X.
Candy and sugar?
Brianna is dangerously overweight.
How could I weigh this much and I'm just a kid?
I'll tell you why, little girl. I'll tell you why you weigh this much and you're just a kid. Your mom's an idiot. Let me be the first to tell you. Your mom's an idiot. She doesn't really care about you, child. She doesn't. But she's making sure that you're an exact fucking duplicate of her, child. This is why you weigh that much. Because your mom has no discipline. So, of course, she makes sure you don't have any either. Because, see, you can't teach people a language that you yourself do not speak. And looking at mom here, she has no discipline. Because guess what? Her fat ass sitting up there eating chips, candy, ho-hos, and motherfucking strawberry-filled donuts for fucking breakfast too. So of course she allows you to eat it. And instead of asking the fucking child, what should you give up? She should be saying, what are we going to give up? Right? But I say again, young lady, old mama's an irresponsible motherfucker. She don't care about you, girl. I suggest you get on the phone today. If you have a father and you have his number, please call him, little girl. Call him. Call him and tell him you want to come live with him. Because that's probably the only way you're ever going to lose a fucking pound. If mom has her way, in another year you'll weigh 547 pounds. She doesn't care. She doesn't give a shit. That's why she's sitting at the table asking you, a fucking 12-year-old, what you need to give up. Instead of fucking telling you and instructing you about what you should give up. This is why you look this way, child. It's not your fault. I do not blame you, child. It is not your fault, little girl. It's this fucking person's fault. Right here. Right here. And she continues to act like it's all on you, little girl. It's all on you. You need to stop eating this. You need to stop eating that. No, Mom. You need to stop fucking buying it. How hard is that? How hard is that, Mom? To say, look, child, I'm not buying no more of this bullshit. But see, if she says that, you know what that means? Her black ass would have to stop eating it too. Mm-hmm. And you know she has no intention on doing that. Right? But I have another clip. That night was fucking hilarious, man.
I remember that video. I was around.
Shout out to my brother Nick Taylor with the $5 super chat. He said, Brother X, I'm stealing that last part of this stream. Fair use, dang it. Fair use. You got me dying over here. Brother Nick, you can take whatever the hell you want off of my channel.
I got to get over to Brother Nick's channel, too. When I broadcast, but I got to get over there, too.
Yeah, man, you got to get down there, man. Every now and then, old X be down there talking shit. You know, yeah, he fuck around and invite me down there. You know, I go right down there talking my shit. Yeah, every now and then you catch your ex down there talking his shit. Absolutely.
Hey, you came on my panel and talked some too, so I remember that too.
Yeah, man. Brother Nick, man, that's my brother right there, man. Shout out to Brother Nick Taylor, man. And you know when you drop coins on this platform, you get this, my brother. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. My man, Brother Nick Taylor. Yeah, man, you can take whatever the hell you want, brother. You ain't even got to ask me. Just take it. I don't even give a shit. Whatever you want. Whatever you see you want, go ahead and take it. Whatever it is.
That's it.
You ain't even got to ask. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close it out. Man, I just want to show you, man, this insanity, Brother Taylor. This fucking insanity, man. I mean, it's insane, man. Like, I was doing it that night, man, and I was like, I cannot freaking believe they're doing this to these children. This is abuse. How is this not abuse? How is it not? Please, will somebody explain it to me, man? How is this not abuse to these kids? Will somebody explain it to me, please? Am I missing something? Am I overreacting? I mean, how is this not abuse of these children?
No, the system allows it, Brother X. They don't want the father to have the child because they want to make money off the father. The system allows it. They allow the mothers to be unfit mothers. It's true across all racial lines. Because I've seen white kids, young kids, blown up just like that as well.
And these women will sit up here and put it all off on the damn kid, like the kid's buying the food. Like, come on, man. Just. Oh, and shout out to Lady Tommy Jean with the $4.99 super sticker. I appreciate that, Lady Tommy Jean. She's been supporting this channel a lot lately.
It's actually it's actually Tommy Jean.
Tommy Jean, that's right. Tommy Jean. Yeah, I always mess that name up all the goddamn time.
Hey,
all the time.
Yeah, it's like a German name. It's not Bumquisha. You know.
Yeah, I know. The first time she came through, you know, I was making fun of her. You know me. She done walked in here with that. I was like, what kind of damn name is that? And she said she was named by like some German person. I remember her telling me a while back. This was a while back. Because I destroyed and chopped the name up then when I was saying
I remember.
And I was asked, I was like, what kind of damn name is that? And she said she had been named by, you know, some German person. So, yeah, shout out to Lady Tommy Jean. I appreciate that $4.99 super sticker. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, Lady Tommy Jean. Yeah, man, I just wanted to show you, man, how ridiculous this was, Brother Leon. I just had to show you how ridiculous this shit was, man.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I got some more crazy stuff coming up on my channel too. We just have to continue to get this information out there. I wish Brother Nick had stopped by on this panel too, man. It's always good to get the
Yeah, well, Nick comes through from time to time, but most of the time at night he's working. I know he's doing a lot of working at night and shit. So, you know, but every now and then I could catch him. You know, I could twist his arm and make him come through. Every now and then I could twist his arm and get him to come up here. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up, man. Any final thoughts, man, before we get out of here?
Yes, Brother X. Hey, I appreciate you for allowing me to come up on your panel, chat with you, talk about some good subjects. And I've known you for quite a while. Good brother, knows his stuff, and want everybody to continue to like, share, and subscribe to his channel. And also come to my channel as well. I do pre-recorded content. And of course, I have my live streams. My live streams are every Wednesday. My government name is Leon. The 401 Talk Zone radio show is my channel. And Brother X, keep on doing your thing there.
Yeah, man. Spam your channel in here, Brother Leon, before you take off, man. All right.
I definitely will, bro.
Spam your channel, brother. I appreciate you coming through, my brother.
Thanks, my brother.
Yeah, man. Peace.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, man. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, Negroes. Good debate tonight, man. It's very highbrow debate tonight, man. Very highbrow, but you talking about Brother Supreme and Brother A Truism, very highbrow brothers. So it was how I expected it to be. I knew it wasn't going to get crazy, not with those two. Very highbrow. Even the rapid fire. All right, and you know the rapid fire gets insane. But yeah, even the rapid fire was very highbrow and very measured. You know, so shout out, man, to Brother Supreme and Brother A Truism. But go ahead, man, and look at the recap of the score. You folks, y'all gave it to Brother Supreme, man. Y'all gave it to Brother Supreme. You know, Brother Supreme 60%, Brother A Truism 39%. So y'all went for Brother Supreme tonight. So I mean, I guess y'all think he laid out the better argument. Y'all know when it comes to these debates, I don't even vote. I host. Y'all decide. And tonight, y'all went for Brother Supreme. So shout out to Brother Supreme and Brother A Truism, and shout out to my audience for voting. Y'all are the judges here. Y'all judge. Y'all decide who wins these things. All right? So if you don't like the outcome, don't get mad at me. Get mad at your damn selves. Get mad at yourselves. All right? All right. So I guess we're going to go ahead and wrap it up, man. But before we get out of here, I guess I'm going to hit y'all in the head one more time with T.P.O.T's programming notes. Yeah, once again, man, it's time for programming notes, man. You know, because we got a couple more shows coming down the pipe, man. You know, we've been pumping them out for y'all, man, because we care here at T.P.O.T. We care about your entertainment. We care about giving you something to watch here. But yeah, we right back at it, man, Wednesday night, because my brother Big Nate, will be in the house, and Brother Trey will be here as well, and they are squaring off in the Digital Squared Circle, and neither one of those brothers had told me. I know we debating. They both settled on the debate. I've spoken with both of them, but up to this point, I have no idea what they're debating. I mean, I don't know what they're debating, folks. I have no idea. All I know is that they're debating. So maybe by Wednesday night, it will be figured out. But there will be a debate here in the Digital Squared Circle again, Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You Negroes know. And then Thursday night, man, we're doing a special show like I told y'all before. We will be paying homage to Hadia Pendleton. We will talking her story, man, and we also will be talking about the inception of T.P.O.T., how it got started, and we'll give you an update, man, as well on the people who took this young lady's life. So, yeah. So make sure you're here, man. That goes down 9 p.m. Eastern Time as well. Thursday night, right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You Negroes know. But we're going to go ahead, man, and wrap it up. But I'm going to say this, man. Y'all know we've done a lot of debates on this channel. I think to date I've done almost 200. Yeah, I've done almost 200 debates on this channel. And some of them are really, really good. Some of them are really, really horrible. Some of them are really, really calm. Some of them are really, really crazy. But I got to say tonight was probably one of the best debates that I've had on here in quite some time. I mean, I didn't have to tell nobody to stop interrupting. I didn't have to tell them their time was over. Rapid fire was smooth. I didn't have to stop nobody from interrupting closing statements. I didn't have to stop anyone from interjecting. And even the after debate, because after the debate, there's some, they chop it down a little bit. Even after that was very, very cordial. I mean, if I could have debates like that all the time, I wouldn't even mind getting back into, because y'all know we used to do 3-4 debates here per week. If I could get debates like that, I'd be willing to do 3 or 4 a week again. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would have no problem staying up late and have to get up early, groggy as shit. If the debates were like that. And I don't usually comment on the debates. I usually don't. I let them be what they are and I move on to the next one. But the brothers tonight actually gave me hope for Negroes. Gave me hope that Negroes can have a conversation without throwing a bunch of ad hominems and slurs and a bunch of personal attacks. All they attacked was the subject matter. That's it. The whole night. Even after the debate. Even after the debate. Doesn't get any better than that, brothers. If you didn't see the goddamn debate tonight, rewind it. Check it out. It was a good debate, man. Very adult. Very grown up. The debate was about ideas, not about personalities. Because that's what the debates are supposed to be about. Ideas, not personalities. Negroes. But that's all. Oh, shit. Shout out to Honey Barbecue with the $5 super chat. They say Muddy Shark, do, Muddy Shark, do. I have no idea what you're talking about, Honey Barbecue. I have no idea what you are talking about right now. But anyway, I appreciate that $5 super chat. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that $5 super chat. Yeah, Lady Nicer, you missed a good one. Yeah, you missed a good one. Probably one of the better ones we've had in quite some time. Like, I mean, it was like, when you talking about a real debate, that's what that was tonight. Tonight was a real debate. It was one of those debates that I wish I had all the time. Because, you know, Negroes seem to think that a debate is 6 people fucking yelling on a stream. That's a debate. 7 people yelling at one time is a fucking debate for some reason. Tonight, y'all got to see a debate. A damn good one. And like I said, if you want to come up and debate, especially that kind of debate, hit me up on my email. Y'all know what it is. It's properthethought at yahoo.com. It's properthethought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. Negroes. But we're going to go ahead and wrap it up, man. Good shit tonight, man. I appreciate all the super chats and the cash apps, man. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else, because y'all are part of these debates, because I let y'all decide them. I don't decide them. Y'all do. So I appreciate y'all participation, man. I do. I don't just say it to kiss your black butts, because by now y'all been following me long enough. I don't kiss your black butts. I say it because I mean it. All right? I appreciate y'all participating in this, man. You could have spent your Saturday night anywhere, man. You decided to spend it here with us, and it is appreciated. I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. And once again, man, shout out, man, to all the brothers that came through tonight, man. Shout out to Brother Leon from the 411 Talk Radio Show. Make sure y'all get down there, man, and check out the 411 Talk Radio Show. My man, Brother Leon, down there, he does some good shit. And every now and then you catch X down there talking shit, too. He fucks around and invites me down there. Piss all his subscribers off. But yeah, get on down there and check out Brother Leon, man. And shout out, man, to my brothers, man. The one and only TRUISM and the one and only Brother Supreme for coming through and giving us a very, very insightful, entertaining, enlightening debate down here tonight, Negroes. All right? All right. So, with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your mind. Peace, folks. Wisdom, mercy, brother. Mercy, mercy. Damn it! Hey, TRUISM. I said mercy, mercy.
We're not your enemy's banner.
TRUISM.
Try to think.
God damn it! Now you've done it. I'm tired of this shit. Done it now. Mute button. I said mercy. Negro. Damn it. Brother Supreme. Damn it. TRUISM. I said mercy, big fella. Mercy. Tired of this. God damn it, I said mercy. I said mercy. God damn it, you mother. Shit. Thought I muted your ass. God damn Negroes out of control. Enter Xavier. Let's See what I can do. Boy, kids. Boy. Take this. And this. And this. And this. God damn it. Truism. God damn it. Calm down, Negro. Oh, shit. God damn it. I knew I should have stayed off of this goddamn stream. Jesus Christ. I should have stayed home today. TRUISM. What are you doing? Oh, shit. God damn it. Fucking TRUISM. You motherfucker.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your minds.
Hours of power.
And so, a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families cry? You're taking the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are more serious? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? South Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Copy. Van Sanders, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.